Thank you very much once again. And just like I said earlier, I'm going to do the recognitions all over again. And this time, I'm going to run through every important person that we have in the room once again. So please, with a warm applause once again, please join me to welcome the Group Managing Director, Mr. Wole Oshi. I have also Mr. Ney Falade, who is the Group Executive Director. Please signify, sir, just so that I know where you are. Thank you, sir. I have the CEO of Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation, in person of Mrs. Aderemi Olubumi. Thank you, ma'am. I also have the Executive Director, Custodian Life Assurance, Mr. Ngozi Nlebumo. I have the Managing Director, Custodian Trustees Limited, Mr. Adeyinka Jafojo. And I have the Managing Director, Custodian, Crusader Sterling Pensions Limited, Mr. Rotimi Adebi. In this room also, I also have esteemed mentors of the Custodian Mentoring Program, who will be getting to know them closely and better later. And I have guests and past mentees who have graced us with their presence here today. And then finally, I have you who have braved the drizzle, the rain, the cold this morning to be here. Can you please applaud yourselves? I want to also welcome those of us who are joining us online. Those of us who are not in the room at this moment, we welcome you. We recognize you also. You are a very important part of today's program. And we want to have a beautiful time together. This is one important time for you to make connections, to share insights, and to glean from everything that you are going to hear in this room today. We have a significant history of progress with this conference. And I want to believe that every one of us that's in this room today will also be an addition to that progress. Without taking any much of our time, we're going to go straight to look at some of the clips and some of the moments from the past conferences that we have heard. All I need you to do is to just look at the screen and share those moments with us once again. Audio, can you please share that moment with us?
A motorcycle. I was going to save up for 2 months and buy myself a B2 car. That was how successful I was. And I now became somebody who had to, didn't have money for food. But what that did was that it forced me to reach inside myself for solutions. And you can't be poor and proud. The social network is the best time in human history that the cost of knowledge crashed.
At the age of 18, I already knew where I was going. I knew I was going to be CEO of an insurance company. And I was committed to it. Every step that I took thereafter was deliberate and intentional. And this is the advice that I will give to them, that they should be committed, they should be focused, and they should pursue, the goal that they have set out early.
So is it possible for you to be in a situation where one day you are okay, and the next day you are bankrupt as a business? Yes. It's very, very possible. But what do? You will hear examples over and over again that be ready. It does not matter how many times you fall. What is important is will you stand up and go again. Every one of us will have a different
Oh, by the way, I have no apologies for being a Christian. There's a way me and my own God works.
Let's move away from I just want to survive to I want to thrive and I want to grow. And there is growth in this country. There are opportunities for growth. And I'm going to begin to see those opportunities for growth. One of the things you have to start doing is start looking at your current business and saying, what else? What else?
Realize that quite a number of young people do not have people that they look up to. They have ideas, but when you talk to them, you begin to discover that they say to you that I need a mentor. I want to be able to get somebody that can guide me or provide a way for me. And I think this is when we started thinking that, okay, contributing to the society, of which I must say needs the help of each and every one of us.
You need to be your authentic self. You need to be who you are or who you know yourself to be. You are different from everybody else. There's no one like you, and there's no one that can do what you do like you do.
That it has always been in you. The things that you were created to do, the purpose for which God created you, it has always been in you. It's always there. You might not know what it is yet, but it's there. It's in you. Don't worry about fitting in when you were created to stand out. And I hope we're still taking notes. Don't worry about it if you don't quite fit in with everybody, or if the way that you think or the things that you want to do, you were created to stand out. So don't worry about fitting in if you were created to stand out.
Your mentor would not come looking for you. Now you go find him. You are the one who's going to chase. Mike Murdoch says that pursuit is the proof of desire.
The law of elevation states that as long as I continue to inject myself with certain kinds of content again and again and again over a period of time, my current environment will have no choice than to eject me and elevate me.
If it's what you really want, you need to be patient. You need to be patient. You need to be patient. Because God that holds all of the time, all of your time and my time, He knows when the right time is for you. But just be patient and be diligent in preparing yourself for what you want to do or who you want to become.
The world may be full of good and evil, but your world may be filled with good. If you seek the good in the world, because what you seek is what you find.
So as mentees, I want to encourage you this morning, Custodian, based on my experience, I didn't have the privilege to have a mentor. We just trudged along, trial and error, but with determination we've been able to get to where we've gotten to. And we felt that gap, across Nigeria today, because we have such brilliant young people across this country.
On behalf of Custodian Investment PLC, I welcome you once again to this conference.
And we feel that it's important that we guide as much as possible the young people of this country, which are the managers of tomorrow, the leaders of tomorrow, to be mentored by successful entrepreneurs, successful professionals, and people that have done great things.
value every opportunity you get to meet great people. Well, anybody actually. When you're evolving in life, there's so many opportunities. You get to go out, join charities, clubs, sports, whatever it is. Know that that is your network. That is your community. You are building a community. And what I found is that as you go in life, competence is very important. But eventually you find that relationships open some doors that even competence can open.
Every single path that you walk in will come together into something that makes absolute sense. There's a future ahead of you, so be confident, take risks.
Grab a hold of that procrastination now. Because you see, whatever it is that you yield yourself to, that same thing eventually becomes your master. And procrastination, that can hold you back. Delay is dangerous.
I'm sure that pre-course meal was worth it, right? What you just watched. And you're in for another dose of it today. And so I'm going to be inviting the CEO of Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation, in person of Mrs. Olubumi Aderemi, to come and take us in the opening remarks. For your information, this program is proudly hosted by Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation, and I believe that your applause can be louder than that as she comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm greeting everyone, including the guest speakers. I mean, Mr. Ali Baba is around, and we're expecting the others. The outgoing custodian mentees, we have a bunch of them around. The newly invited mentees, executive management of custodian, staff of custodian, and all others. You are all welcome to the 6th edition of the Custodian Mentors Conference. Now, the conference began in the year 2018, as we must have learned. And we decided that we would invite successful and accomplished speakers from the society to speak, to share part of their knowledge with some carefully selected youths, because you will agree with me that many of our youth these days need guidance. They really need guidance. And the idea is to give back to society. The speakers coming here to speak to people, the idea is for them to be able to share from their own depth of knowledge, and it will be like a form of their giving back to society, and then for all of us to be able to benefit from all the talks. So we decided that to help the people, the mentees that are coming in, that they'll be able to navigate life better. So I want you, mentees, especially the newly selected mentees for this year, I want you to pay attention and listen carefully, ask questions when there is need to do so, because opportunities once lost can never be regained. Now, the conference is a baby of Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation. The foundation that was incorporated in 2016 has initiatives that we back up. We support health, initiatives in health, community development, education, and sustainability. Some of the past things that we have done, I believe, are on the screen right now. we've engaged in many, many projects, but the key ones that we are showcasing today, the first one, the conversion or the upgrade of the Lukweju Public Library in 2016. It was just a public library that was converted to an e-library, and it has a subscription of, over 10,000 e-books. And these days, it caters for about 4,000 users a year, users of the e-library. We also have, we donated a 20-terminal computer center to the Lagos City College College in Yaba. And of course, after donation, we've been maintaining all the terminals. We've invested in vocational education. We collaborated with the VPDA, Vocational and Professional Development Academy, even to train, to give informal training to those who don't have formal education. And the idea was to, develop artisans like tilers, electricians, plumbers, and all the rest of it. Also, we have embarked on community infrastructure. We've done quite a bit, but the key ones that we have done is the conversion of the upgrade and rebuilding, rehabilitation and rebuilding of the former Chapel Street, which has now become Custodian Street in Yaba. But the greatest one, the biggest one that we have is the just completed Custodian Accident and Emergency Center in Ekpe. By far, it is the biggest project that we have been involved in. This ultra-modern level 4 trauma center with capacity for 20 patients has gulped over £500 million. £500 million. And the project is in line with our purpose to support worthy health initiatives. You may wonder why we went into trauma or donating a trauma center. But the idea is that Custodian, when we started in 1995, we started as a general insurance company. And though, as a general insurance company, we indemnify clients by payment for repairs or replacement of vehicles. So what we've just done is that, we are talking of accidented vehicles and all of that. So we've just taken it further by helping accident victims as well. So the place is going to be open later this year. So we welcome donations. It's apart from this big project that we've had, we long to do even bigger projects, or at least projects that are as big as that. So we welcome donations from everybody, locally, internationally, and everywhere. And we hope that we'll be able to handle bigger and better projects in future. Without much ado, today, at the Mentors Conference, we have a new crop of youths who are eager to learn from experienced speakers in their various fields of endeavor. We know that some of them, right here, I did mention that we have a bunch of the graduating class of the conference from last year. So we have newcomers as well this year. To them and to the newcomers, it will be very, very beneficial, but also to the executive management and everyone here, organizers and everyone. No knowledge is lost. In fact, nobody knows everything. All of us are learning every day. So we are hopeful that today the sessions are going to be engaging, they are going to be interesting, and all of us are going to learn from them. So we are hoping that we'll benefit from the shared knowledge and find it a generally rewarding experience. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Can we please give a warm applause to that address once again? All right. We're going to be taking a word from the Group Managing Director shortly. But before that, I want to recognize our speakers who are in-house right now. I'm going to start with someone I call the legend himself, Mr. Atuyota Akobome. It took me a while to know that that's the name behind the popular Alibaba. So if you have heard Alibaba, that's the person called Alibaba. Can we give him a warm applause again? Also, I'm sure you've heard of the beautiful brand called Rough and Tumble. If you've heard of that, it's good to know the name behind that brand. Please join me to welcome to this room Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi. You have an idea of what you're in for this morning. We have one of our speakers who is not yet in, but as soon as he's in, we're also going to introduce him. Very quickly, we're going to play the profile of the Group Managing Director, Custodian Investment PLC, now.
Wale Oshin is the founder and Group Managing Director of Custodian Investment PLC. He is an industry leader with over 35 years' experience. He has at various times been a member of the Presidential Committee on Pension Reforms, Chairman of the Nigerian Insurance Association, Council Member of the West African Insurance Companies Association, Ghana, External Lecturer, West African Insurance Institute, Banjul, the Gambia. He sits on several boards, including the International Insurance Society in New York, as well as council member of the Nigerian Insurance Association and the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. He has received numerous awards, including nomination as African CEO of the Year by African Reinsurance Corporation, a 3-time awardee of the Top 25 CEOs Award by the influential Business Day newspaper, and the 2019 Harvard Business School Association of Nigeria Leadership Award for General Management. A graduate of actuarial science and a chartered insurer by profession, Wale Oshin holds the Doctor of Finance honoris causa and is a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, the Risk Managers Society of Nigeria, and the Association of Investment Advisors and Portfolio Managers, as well as a fellow of the West African Insurance Institute, Banjul, the Gambia. He is a past president of the Lagos Business School Alumni Association, as well as an alumnus of the Harvard Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a warm welcome to the Group Managing Director of Custodian Investment PLC, Wale Oshin.
Gentlemen, mentors, and mentees, it really gives me great joy, to have you guys here today. We were a bit worried when we started because the hall was barely filled up. But that's understandable, the rains, and a lot of people are caught up on the Third Mainland Bridge, trying to navigate their way here. And I'm sure there's still some more people coming. But this is what gives us joy, the imparting of knowledge to the young ones in our society. It's something that started several years ago, born out of my personal experience, as you must have heard, even in the video clips. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have anyone to guide me. I didn't have anyone to show me the way. But I chose mentors, if you want to put it that way. I had people that I respected, people that I wanted to be like, and unknown to them. I studied them. I monitored them. I followed them. That was how I was able to, navigate my way through. But I wouldn't say that was the best way. There's nothing as good or as impactful as when you actually have people who communicate with you or who you have access to. And based on that, we felt, okay, how do we impact society? How do we impact the environment? How do we impact the young ones in our society who are extremely energetic, talented, and are looking and searching for a way forward? That was how we decided that, okay, let's set up this structure where we'll have conferences and we'll have people come here to share their experiences, to share their path, their journey, to the younger ones. And then we said, okay, moving on, apart from this day, moving on and moving forward, we'll break people into groups, the mentees into groups, and they will continuously be mentored by the various mentors. And then we now also have mentors, volunteer mentors, even within the custodian group. And I know that quite a number of those of you that are here, that have been here before, that are, will attest to the fact that you belong to different groups. So this journey has been quite an impactful one. We've had over 5,000 mentees attend this conference in the last 6 years since we started. And thank you. And we're looking to grow that. We're looking to grow this and to also improve on the way we relate and on the way we're able to reach the mentees. But more important for us is the impact that we have. Because that's the meeting we have post all these meetings. That, look, what impact? How are we able to follow these mentees from where we met them to where we expect that they should be going, based on your plans? All of you in this room and those that are online, I'm sure you all have plans. You all have ideas. You all want to move your businesses, or you want to, to the next level, or you want to progress your career. So we want to be part of that. We want to help you. We want to take you to the next level. But it has to be measurable. And that's what I always say to my team. How do we measure progress? Because we truly, genuinely want to be a part of your progress. And we do hope that we will contribute at some point in time to that objective. Doing this wasn't easy. I mean, we couldn't have done it on our own. So we had to partner. And I felt, having worked with a gentleman for almost literally ever since we started Custodian. He's been there helping us with branding and a lot of things. So I contacted him. And that's no other person than Leke Alder. Leke is not here today, but he knows what I think about him. I haven't met too many geniuses. In fact, I'm not sure I can count 2. Leke is a genius. That's the reality. He's a genius, he's a polypath. He's multidimensional. The depth of his knowledge base, there are not too many people that can reach it. So I felt, why not go to the best? And he's guided us. Leke has taken these sessions, even sometimes, you've done it pro bono without even batting an eyelid. He's putting everything to help and to ensure that we are able to reach all of you, in your different areas of business and endeavors in life. I want to specifically today thank all our mentors. They have been acknowledged. Alibaba has been acknowledged. I will call you that because that's the easiest name I can call you. That's your brand. He's been acknowledged. Thank you very much for coming. We do appreciate you. And of course, Nike Ogunlesi, who We see her shop around, her shops around all over, rough and tumble. Her story will inspire you, because I know her story. When she saw me now, she said, I know you. I said, I know you too. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you. Emma is not here yet, but I'm sure he'll come in very soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We do hope that by the time you're done today, your notes will be filled up. And not only writing, we want you to action whatever you pick up from here today. Put it to action, and feel free to contact us if you have challenges in your business or you want to do certain things and you do not know how to navigate your way. Please do. Thank you very much. Sit back, relax, and listen.
Another warm applause for him, please. I don't think there's much to say or to emphasize in what he has said. Every single thing he has said is very important. And it's important that the rest of the work to be done here today, which is in your court, you do it to the best of your ability. And then we want to show you how much Custodian values this that we have put together for the Nigerian youth. Between last year and this year, the Custodian group inaugurated the Custodian Mentoring Program. And in that program, members like you, people like you who attended this conference last year and who enrolled to be part of that program went through 9 months of active mentoring. In the next few minutes, we're going to be celebrating those people, some of those people who are here in this room, as well as some of the mentors who are taking them through that journey. But to begin, please join me to welcome the coordinator of the program, still the CEO of Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation, Mrs. Olubomi Aderemi. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're taking a few minutes, please, if you don't mind, so that we can do the graduation ceremony. Actually, the Custodian Mentoring Program is an offshoot of the Mentors Conference that we have today. It started last year when we found out that, having mentees coming, some of them travel from across Nigeria and all of that, they're coming and they listen to speakers for a few hours and then they go, that may not be as impactful as we'd like. So we decided that we would extend, the program. So these outgoing mentees, apart from the conference that they attended last year, we took them through a year-long program. During that program, we had past speakers, external speakers, talk to them quarterly. Although they were virtual sessions, but they were really, really interesting. I know that, for some of you, you are represented, most of you are not here, just a few of you are here. But then I'm sure that you can remember all those things that you learned, even from the virtual sessions, the open days. Remember, we talked about showing up. One of the speakers talked about showing up. Another speaker talked about, having a plan, a working plan, so that from a certain age to a certain age, there are certain things that you are expected to have achieved, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, when Mr. Oshi talked in July, he talked about determination, he talked about focus, he talked about discipline, and all of that. So all those sessions have been very, 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 very interesting. But then, apart from the speakers, we also have custodian mentors. We decided that apart from the quarterly sessions that we had, we should also have people monitoring the mentees on a monthly basis. So we decided to, should I say, select or appoint custodian mentors. And these are mature, brilliant professionals in our midst, those ones that we can see can positively impact lives. So about 4 or 5 of them are around today, and we are going to recognize them when the time comes. So now, today, maybe we should just recognize the mentors now. I'm starting with Mr. Ayodele Inyo. You can please rise and wave. Mrs. Bola Titoni. Mrs. Kehinde Ariyibi. Mr. Francis Falola. And Mr. Oladele Akisanya. And of course, the compare, Olufemi Olulano. So we thank you all very much for the time. We know that you are very, very busy people, but we recognize you and thank you very much for your time. The fact that you have been able to engage the mentees regularly, at least twice every month, I'm sure has been impactful. So we celebrate the mentees, we celebrate the custodian mentors. And just a bunch of the outgoing cohort of mentees here representing the others. We were expecting a few more, but maybe because of the weather or whatever. However, we're going to invite the mentees to come up one by one. They will receive certificates from the GMD, Mr. Wole Oshi, and then we'll take a group photo thereafter. So, for those present, I think we have a list of them, but can you please step out now?
All right. If you are giving an applause, you can give the applause louder. I'll call out the names of mentees who are supposed to be in the room. Please just make a line towards downstairs. Chinonso Happiness, is she here? Ibrahim's Success. Just line towards. Okay, please come up. Ibrahim's Success, Ojo Ayo. Adebayo Esther, is she here? Thank you. Nkama Esther, please just stay here. Nkama Esther. All right. Photographers, please. Thanks. Ogunjimi Olufomilayo, is she here? Osho Ololade. Adelowo Isheolua. We have some other mentees who are also around, and the certificates will be issued to them, but all the same, they're going to come up stage and just get a handshake and a photo with the GMD. We have David Sin. David, is he here? Eniton Adedeji. Eniton Adedeji. Ifeanyi Okonkwo. Thank you.
Use this one as your certificate. Let it not be that you never had a certificate.
Ifeanyi Okonkwo. Okay, it's gone. Emmanuel Oteiku, sorry if I pronounce that wrongly. Forgive me. Oteku. Okay, thank you. Dominic Godwin. And last but not the least, Anthony Adeleke. Now, this is not an exhaustive list of all mentees. Okay, there's still 2 people. Please come up. I don't have your names on my paper here, but please come up. Please, let's give them a warm applause. I understand we just have some mentees of the mentoring program who just came in also. Please come up as you come in. Please come. Please let's appreciate them as they come up. You're welcome. Now, all of these wonderful people have been part of the mentoring program, which lasted about 9 months. And we have our GMD to thank for it. Can we give him an applause, please? Now, just before we take the testimony from the group governor, please come up stage for a group photograph with the GMD.
Can the speakers join us?
Please join us, sir. Please join us, ma'am. This thing can stick to the bottom. Yes.
I'll go down. I'll be in the center there.
Wouldn't you want to be a part of this? All right. Over to you, photographers, right now. This is the inaugural set of the Custodian Mentoring Program. And we believe that this is the launch of the next business leaders in the Nigerian landscape. Can we give them a warm applause? Immediately after this, I would like the mentors to please come around. All the mentors in the room, Mr. Ayodele Inyun, Mr. Oladele Akisoya, Mrs. Bolatito Oni, Mrs. Kende Aribi, Mr. Francis Falola, and myself with the mic. I'll just join them right in front. All right. Can we appreciate the mentors as they come forward? They're giving their time to make sure very much. Thank you very much. All right. Just before we call this session to a close, I'm going to hand over this graduation section to a close. I'm going to hand over the mic to the class governor of this inaugural set to share just in very few minutes some of the learning points, the learning curves, and the things they're going to implement and how beneficial this program has been to them over the last 9 to 10 months. Please, with a warm applause, please welcome Esther Adebayo.
Good morning, everybody. It's a privilege to be here this morning to share my journey with Custodian. Imagine being handed over a map and the path to your destination is unclear, filled with turns and obstacles. Now, imagine having a personal guide beside you who is always there to help you navigate it. That's what the mentorship program has been for myself and for the rest of the team. Our mentors have been there all along for this whole year to guide us. Some of our mentors, we chat during the night. We chat 4 a.m., 2 a.m. Maybe you have some things you want to discuss with them. You drop message and they are busy during the day. They will still call you. They will still advise you. So I would like to tell the new mentee as you're coming in, this is not just a social gathering. This is a program that can change your life forever. I'm telling you, and this is from experience. We have a lot of remarkable achievement during the course of this 1 year. One of us here, the guy standing beside me, during the course of this 1 year, he has launched his consulting and real estate firm. I have Emmanuel here. He has produced his first film. I have Esther here. Esther has directed her first film, and so many like that. So I would like to appreciate the Custodian team. I would like to appreciate the GMD. I would like to appreciate Mommy Aderemi and all our mentors, Mr. Femi, Mrs. Bola Tito. Thank you so much. And we are not here to say thank you with our mouths alone. We came with a token to present to the GMD to show appreciation. Please, sir. Where is it? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let us come to the front. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done.
All right, thank you very much, and a warm applause for all of them again. You will agree with me that when you benefit from a program like this, you will have success stories to tell. And they've just told you a bit of what they benefited from. I know some of them who are not here. There are some people who were finding it difficult to move from one level of education to the other and have recorded tremendous progress. I personally know one of the mentees who was able to do significant advocacy across Lagos State by reason of this program. So once again, I just want you to appreciate the Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation. This is not an everyday program, and I want to believe that those of us in this room right now will also be beneficiaries of this. Thank you, Mrs. Olubunmi Aderemi, for this initiative. Thank you to the Group Managing Director, Mr. Wole Oshin, for making this possible. And thank you to the mentees and the mentors for making this a reality. I believe that this is just the starting point, and we will record greater successes. Once again, can we just applaud ourselves? Right now, we're going to be taking a short break, but before that, I want to appreciate one of our managing directors in the Custodian group who just walked in the person of Mr. Edeki Isuje, the managing director of Custodian and Allied Insurance Limited. You can just wave to everyone, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right. For the next few minutes, we're going to take a short break, and after that, we're going to reconvene for the business of the day. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. Thank you very much. You're going to get guidance from our hosts and our organizers here on how you're going to go for the short break. You're going to go to that room at your left. Welcome back. It's time to go into the business of the day. Just before we went on the break, we had a brief mini graduation ceremony for the first and inaugural set of mentees from the Custodian Mentoring Program who were awarded certificates and who had a photograph with the GMD of Custodian Investment PLC. Right now, we're going to begin to listen to our speakers. But before that, I know I've seen some of us taking photos, we've taken videos, and we've captured moments with people that we have met before or people who we are just meeting for the first time. Please do well to share on social media with the hashtag Custodian Mentors Conference. I want to repeat it again, Custodian Mentors Conference 2024. Custodian Mentors Conference 2024, hashtag Custodian Mentors Conference 2024. Without taking any more of our time, our first speaker this morning is the legend himself, Mr. Atuyota Akpobome. We're going to be taking the profile of Mr. Atuyota Akpobome, popularly known as what? Ali Baba. We're going to be taking his profile shortly, after which we're going to invite him to the stage. But before that, I want to recognize two very important people in the room right now. First, when the GMD was speaking earlier, he spoke about someone who was very important in the making of this wonderful gathering that we have right now. Please, with a warm applause, join me to welcome Mr. Leke Alda. For those of us who have just been hearing Alda, that is the man behind the brand. And he's been at this for the longest time that I know. I can recount only, I don't even know any agencies or consulting firms that have done a number of things that they have pioneered. Please give him a wonderful applause once again. And then secondly, we have Mr. Incredible himself, who we know as MI, Mr. Jude Abaga. Welcome, sir. All right, without further ado, please can we have the profile of Mr. Atuyota Akpobome.
Atuyota Akpobome is a multi-talented, award-winning stand-up comedian, actor, and master of ceremonies. Ali Baba, as he's popularly known, began his professional career performing at corporate events, appearing on television shows with Patrick Doyle, Charlie Boy, and Dan Ladibako, and making cameo appearances on radio shows with Bisi Olatilo, Sonny Irabo, and Mani Onumonu. He also worked with Prince Adedapo Benjamin Adelegon of DP Lekki Limited as executive assistant in 1991. In 2014, Ali Baba started an annual comedy event called the First January Concert, where comedians would come up and review the events of the previous year. A first-class graduate from the preceding year would receive an award. In 2015, he started an event called Spontaneity, a quarterly event for budding comedians. Notable amongst the finalists of this competition is Wole Arole at the 2016 edition. Ali Baba maintains the philosophy that the business of comedy is big enough for everyone who wants to pursue the genre. As such, he supports, mentors, and provides a platform for comedians and helps to ensure that standards are maintained and professionalism encouraged. Over the course of his career, Ali Baba has won many awards. He was inducted into the Johnny Walker Striding Man Society in 2009, which recognizes men who have achieved great strides in their chosen fields and who motivate and encourage others. In 2012, he rang the year-end closing bell of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the first Nigerian comedian to do so. In March 2015, Ali Baba was featured on CNN African Voices, speaking about his goals to professionalize and gain acceptance for Nigerian comedians. In April 2018, he received the Paul Harris Fellowship by Rotary International for his contribution to the Nigerian comedy industry. He is also a Special Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a warm welcome to Ali Baba.
Nah, he's my colleague. He's my colleague. Hello. Yeah. I do that with all my colleagues so that we can share the picture sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. If you do not have this paper with you, please indicate by raise of a hand so that they'll bring one to you. Hello, can we have more copies of this distributed? Hello, the copies are here. The copies are in that. Yeah, just take, I think about like 10 people. So I would like everyone to just keep your hands up so that he knows who he's getting a copy to. We're going to, so these are mind maps that I use for speaking engagement, and the mind maps help you crystallize the thoughts that I've spoken about, and then you can then work on it later on your own. So we all have now, I guess. Okay. All right, so these mind maps, you will see that the arrows are directed at each of those boxes. So when I mention some of these things, you write them in the boxes, and as I talk about them, if you have a pen, you can just jot something that strikes you or strikes a chord next to it, and you can write anything on this paper, and you can refer to it as many times as you want. So first thing is that box that's right on top, the right self. The box that is right on top here, right self. The box in the middle is the dynamics for success. The big box in the middle is the dynamic for success, whatever career you choose. Whatever career you choose, the box in the middle is dynamics for success. And I'll share the experience with personal things that have happened to me and how I got to where I am. So the first one you write there is self. Another box, you can write anything anywhere. You can choose any of the boxes. Family. Next, write environment. Environment or society, environment wherever you are. In another box, write friends. Choose any of the boxes, fill it as you want. Another one, write education. In another box, write goals. In another box, write lifestyle or habits. lifestyle / habits, or just right habits. In another box, write tools. In a box, write financials. Don't worry, we'll break all these things down. In a box, write collaboration. In another box, write competition. In a box, write wellness. So wellness, health, fitness, and everything. Just write wellness. Have you written goals? Write skills. In the box, write mentors. Have you written networking? Networking, please. In another box, write dynamic or adaptive. Be dynamic or adaptive. In a box there, write determination. And I think the last box is understanding industry. Whatever the industry is. If you haven't filled any box, check with anybody that is next to you. So we'll take everything one after the other. So for self, to achieve anything that you want to do in life, you must first take a deep look at who you are. And who you are is normally grown by you find out who you are from your upbringing, the interactions you've had, and everything like that. So who you are determines what goals you then set, determines what life you want to lead. Why it's important to first look into who you are is, for instance, if you decide to set a goal and say you want to be a newscaster, and you know by yourself that you are a stammerer, you are not casting any news. Because nobody is going to wait for you to say, this is the network news read by sure. So why I'm saying that is that you already know. For instance, I weigh 104 kg. There's no way I will begin to put a goal and say I want to be the fastest man and beat Usain Bolt. It's not happening. You know that, okay, MI is not here, but I'll just use. You know that you are like MI, who's my brother. There's no way you are going to play against Shaquille O'Neal. But he plays basketball. But you see, there are certain things about you that then limit you. So that's why I said self is a very important part about developing and achieving anything that you want to do in life. The limitations then become stronger and higher and even more annoying as you begin to look at certain things that you can't do. For instance, if you know you have some medical issues like epilepsy, you can't be a driver and you can't be a pilot. So understanding yourself, if you have hot temper, nobody talks to you and you don't reply quickly, or you don't have patience, you can't be a receptionist. So somebody calls, is your guy in the office? He says no. Then the person calls back. Is your guy back in the office? Didn't I tell you before that he's not in the office? What kind of this thing is this? There are people who, because of who they are, they don't listen. So you're trying to tell somebody, see, if you go to Apapa Road, there's a place they sell fuel. Say, oh, their fuel is not even good. Their fuel, that's why you buy condemned fuel. Say, You say it's an NNPC petrol station. It's an NNPC self. It's corrupt from head to toe. Oh God, just listen to what I'm saying first. So some people don't even have patience to listen. So self-development and self-realization is a very important part in determining anything that you want to do. Now, environment. If you decide that you want to start selling alcohol and that's the business you want to do, sometimes deciding to go and do it in Sokoto or Kano may not be very advisable because the environment will not welcome what you want to do. If you decide that you want to begin to sell boats, you will look for an environment that has water so that people can then buy the boats and use. So the environment also determines the things that you want to do. Family. Some families that you come from matter. You either change yourself and be different from that family, or if the family is okay, you then go with the pedigree that you grew up with. Education. There's hardly anyone that I know that got a good education. Good education, and when I say good education, and it means reading, writing, and comprehension with cognitive thinking. You cannot get any of those without a structure that provides you education. I'll give you an example. I was telling someone one time, I said, learn to read and write. And the person said, all these Chinese people that make everything, do they understand English? I said, they don't. But you see, the Chinese have textbooks in geography. They have in physics, they have in chemistry. Do you have one in Egba language? They say, oh no, foreign language, we're the ones that are spoiling ourselves. So I say, give me a geography textbook that is in a Jaw language. No, you don't. Why? It is because you do not even have text that you learn from. So the first currency that you must give a child to make the child compete favorably in this society that we're in is English language. The reason we're all here talking right now is because we understand English language. And when the white people came and landed in Warri, because our people did not even understand the English language, first of all, we started picking it bit by bit and knocking it together as we could because we needed to communicate with the people that came. So you hear somebody say, white man, call, you, hungry, now. Me, chop, white man, vex. It was broken English, but it was communication one way. The other thing is, because when we came across the language, we couldn't speak it well. It was one of the reasons that we now had to learn a language that we communicate with. Now, for a lot of people who do not know, when the slaves were picked, you had some from Banjul, you had some from Timbuktu, you had some from Cape Town, you have some from Cameroon, Ghana, and all of them were lumped into a ship. Don't forget that the ones they picked from Nigeria, one could be speaking Ijaw, another one Kanuri, another one Yoruba, and they were all in the ship. They did not understand themselves. So the thing they did was they looked for a common language to relate with. By the way, it was the reason jazz music was created, because when the slaves gathered in the evening after work, because they worked 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, and gathered after work, they would want to create music and make musical instruments. But because I don't speak your language and you don't speak my language, they played for a long time without words and sometimes just managed the chorus. Which was why most of them who were slaves, as soon as slavery ended, they moved to New Orleans. So education is very important. And anybody that tells you otherwise, which is what government does anyway, the government knows that when the people are educated, their aspirations and demands will begin to be high. And so it's best to keep them uneducated. Skills. When you're growing up, you must learn skills that you can then adapt as you grow up. A very good case is a man called David. His skills were about writing, playing the harp, protecting the sheep, singing, dancing, shooting catapult, and all those. But you see, what David did, as in learning those skills, played up in helping him achieve a lot of things. And I'll pick another case of Joseph. Joseph did not go to any administrative school. But because he had the skills to interpret dreams, he became a prime minister. Why? He adapted his skills to solve a problem. Most times, the skills that you have solves a problem, and that makes you better. I went to Shagamu one time, I think it was 2001, 2002. At this event, there was a guy called Swing Popo. I don't know how many of you remember Swing Popo? Swing Popo. He was a musician, high life. Okay, yeah. He was playing, and everybody was just dancing, and this child was crying like. And one lady came. So people have, you know how all those Yoruba women will pass a child, and Bewa, the child was still crying. Bewa, the child was still crying. After a while, you know how Nigerian men are, bossita. Go outside now. This with these children, did they invite the child now? A Jack Badu party. You go outside, and this woman comes over, takes the baby, does some singing, does something, and the baby slept off. And I was watching her, and she did it for about like 2, 3. And then when she brought the baby back, sleeping, gave to the woman, and the baby was calm. The baby slept. Then another one was crying. So I told her, I said, do you know you have skills that many people do not have? Your hands, you could set up a crèche. She said, God forbid. She was working in Nigerian Arab Bank. She banker. Crèche. Ali, please. Today, she's in Abuja. She has a crèche, has a primary school. But you see, she said when it dawned on her, she had done nearly 20 years in banking. She would have done that for crèches. So the thing is that your skills, several skills that you can learn. Well, when in secondary school, some of the boys, they will tell us to go and learn how to sew, different kinds of threading, looping, and all of that stuff. Some of our guys will be like, it's women that do all that nonsense. But you see, you are trying to wear your trouser one day, and it rips. And because of that rip, that you have needle and thread. Sometimes hotels provide the needle and thread. But because you don't have the skill, you now be waiting for somebody to take it somewhere. If you had a meeting, you won't be able to do the meeting. Just take the thread and needle, put it in and stitch. Some men don't learn the skills to even cook because they feel it's a woman's job. Then when you go to the university and you hear how much they sell food in cafeteria, you buy pot and stove. Do you know how many people geisha saved in this country? Geisha. See, if you make geisha stew, just add small okra. Eba is on its way. If you add small egusi to that geisha stew, you are already. Sometimes if you don't have anything to just add plenty pepper, you are already on. So why am I saying that? It's that all of these things are important for you, and men, everybody try to teach your children skills that will help them through. You need mentors. Mentors just like this now. Mentors help you. Role models too, but role models are the ones you study from a distance. Tools. What are the tools you need to succeed? One of the tools that a lot of you have now that we didn't have at our time is Google. You can learn practically everything in Google, plus corruption. You can learn everything in Google. How to relate with people, everything. Now, those tools we didn't have. We had encyclopedias then. If you are looking for one thing, you go through all the encyclopedias just to look for it, to prepare one 200-line speech assignment. Then, determination. I think that was the box that you guys missed. The box? Determination. Determination, you must have determination. You must have the determination to succeed. If you do not have it, you won't. These days, one of the other tools that you can use is social media. Social media. Social media is you can put it in a box. Social media is important. Those days when Facebook came, I don't know how many of you used High Five. Anybody here? You used high five then. Then when social media came, we all jumped into Facebook. And then Twitter came, we jumped to Twitter. And one man saw me and said, Ali, you don't even have shame. Where Twitter and all these children are. I said, how can you be playing around with children? I now showed him the page that belongs to Bill Cosby. I said, this man is here. He says he's a white man now. Is he in Nigeria? But about like 3 years down the line, he comes to my office with some of his friends and said, we need to drive a promotion. We need you to help us amplify it on Twitter. I said, Then I used to type in caps so that I can differentiate my tweets from other people's tweets. When I gave him price, he was you people charge for this thing too. I said, we charge. So most times, use every use everything that comes across that you come across as a tool to achieve the purpose of your life. Be dynamic. You know, everything that you need is in you. Activate them. So most times all of us have many skills, but we don't try to even, we're just comfortable in our comfort zones. We're okay in our comfort zones, and that's a big problem. Financials. For everyone that needs to succeed, how you earn, what you earn, how you spend, how you save, and how you multiply your incomes are very important in succeeding in life. Very. So those ones are there. And then how you even negotiate what you charge, who you give discounts to, who you don't give discounts to. For instance, if you call, when I was starting, I was going to AGM. I will open newspapers. I will see AGM holding at Club Bagatelle. Okay, there was a place called Club Bagatelle back in the days. Anthony Ken, I think Penta. Okay, takes long to know. So, most of all, by the way, most of you don't know that all this Eco Hotel and all these places that you are going to now, the big hotel back then was one mainland hotel. The big events were happening there from Coca-Cola and those were the places. Then Lagos Airport Hotel had a hall that all the governors and everything used to use. That was where I met Raji Rasaki. Now, a lot of all those places were the happening places. But you see, for you to go there and be looking for just 4 minutes, and then what comedy was John Chukwu would tell like a 3-5 minutes joke and get like 2-3 laughs. So when I came on the scene from 1987, I was all about how many jokes can I tell in 1 minute. Like, so there was a man, Andrew Young, Coca-Cola people. I was performing, I finished, the man came and said, oh, that was beautiful, what's your name? I said, Atuota Akborobamemere. He said, sorry. I said, no, Atuota. I said, no, I heard you the first time, I'm just sorry. So I knew that I had to change my name. Be adaptive. You know, like some of these young comedians now, when they want to start, they come, they say, my name is Troublemaker. I say, for where do you want to do? Okay, so we are sitting down having a meeting and they say we need an MC. We say yes, MC Troublemaker. The man will be like, at this event. So sometimes, you know, you talk to them and you groom them properly. There was a place that I went to negotiate, and the man said, so this is about financials. The man said, but I had made a name sort of at the time. I was already on radio. There was Radio Nigeria 3 that BC was running at the time. There was Radio Nigeria 2 that JJ and the rest of them were running in Lagos Island. So I was going to all those places. All I just needed was just tell them, give me a few minutes. Give me a few minutes. It took me between 1987 and 1996 to break even. So most times is that it is the footsteps you then take that people then learn from. That's why you then need those mentors, so that if somebody used 30 minutes to open something, you don't need to use 30 minutes because you glean from the person's experience and then you then open quickly, which is what all of this is about. So I go to the one about collaborations. Collaborations are necessary. The person that knows how to pound yam should also not be the one that knows how to sauce the yam. the one that knows how to do it. So you have to then collaborate with some of your people. If you know that you're not strong. I gave an example just now when I was talking with them. They called Akpororo to come and MC one event because they wanted him as a comedian. They say, okay, you just MC it. Akpororo say, I not sabi speak English. Oh. Now pidgin, a joke they do, they call, and he gave them names. They call this person, call that person. Know your strength. Knowing yourself also determines how much strength you have and the weaknesses you have, and so you can become a better person. Collaboration is important for you to grow. You can't do everything. Competition. Now, knowing who your competition is, it's not for you to be envious or jealous. Know your competition so that it can drive you to be better in every way. Know your competition so it drive you. Books. When I came into Lagos, I came with 2 pairs of jeans and 4 t-shirts and sneakers when I came into this Lagos. And I was staying at a water view hotel called Babbage. Then, Babbage used to have huts. The hut is made like an E. If you write E, you know, you go in like this, turn like this, and then they give you your bed. And then with hot water, it is 5 naira. The night was so, and Babbage was close to NTA. So I moved from nearness to Market. So I moved from Babbage to NTA, close from NTA to Babbage. And then my box, I needed to put it somewhere. I went to Obalende and gave the box to a dry cleaner. And so when I wear the clothes from the night before, when I get there, I'll give it to him. He has washed those ones. I'll take fresh one. So it was my wardrobe. You have to design ways to survive. You people don't know anything. Now, and then, where do I get my food? And when I was interviewed on CNN, I took CNN. I don't know how many of you saw it. I took CNN to Mama Bolly, the woman at CMS. This woman at CMS used to see me. I'll buy groundnut, I'll buy bolly. She now said, what do you do? Explain stand-up comedy to Mama that doesn't read. I said, I'm a comedian. She said, Kini, comedian? So I now found somebody that told me that it was Alawada. And I told her, I said, Alawada. The woman said, Ibi Akba. That's hunger. Now, and I made Mama, so I was trying to sell it to Mama. I said, Mama, so I will tell her some of the very educated jokes that I think. She say, Now, Mama became my best friend, and then one time she told the woman, anytime I want to eat, the woman should give me food, and she will sort it out. For nearly 2 years. Now, when I got to the place and tried to even make Mama go set up something, she said, no, this bolly and corn, she does them seasonally. That's what she wants to do. So when CNN was interviewing me and talked about my growth, the challenges, I took them to meet Mama. And they asked her, somebody interpreted to her, and she spoke. And the guy, Joe, the guy that came to interview me, was crying as he was talking with the woman. And the woman said that she didn't believe in what I was doing. But that gradually, as people now started coming to tell her that boy, they saw him on NTA, they saw him on DBN, they saw him on Clapperboard. How many of you know what Clapperboard was? Clapperboard television. Okay? Some of you are not supposed to be here. You should be old people's home. Now, health. No matter how successful you are, there's a doctor who said, Ogulesi, the guy that Adenioku of GTB, he said, as he was lying down on his bed, he said, if I can buy a few months, I'll write the check. That if he could buy a few months, he will write the check. So your health is very important. You can have everything that you want to have. If you can't sit down, drink water, drop cup, it's a big problem. So health is very important. So what you drink, your fitness and everything is very important in you succeeding. Books. You can I'm a subscriber to National Geographic. Reader's Digest was my main thing before. I used to buy them from CMS. I started reading from age 3. New Nigeria, The Champion, Tide, Tribune, West African Pilot. How many of you also know that there was a Nigerian Reader's Digest before? How many of you? Nigerian Reader's Digest. Did you read Sadness and Joy? Drum? Okay. Okay, so it's only me and Lekki. All that. Now, so all of those were things that were, and if you read those books, it expands your mind to a point where the relationship you have then begin to filter some people out of your circle. Because of books. I go to CMS, and then I joined British Council. I joined USIS. USIS was the American Embassy Library. They were in TBS at the time, you know, because I wanted to read. And it was from reading that I found out that it was black slaves that started stand-up comedy. Because when they finish working from 6 p.m. and they sit down, they now try to speak like the white man and imitate all the things that he was saying, so that, because you can't speak Igala to somebody who doesn't understand Igala. So the English language that they understood was broken English, and so they managed to speak it, which was what led to the black minstrels, where you have to paint your faces to perform. Now, the people who were painting their faces to perform found out that these black people were drawing crowds from the country, from the cities to the country, because that's where they were working. So people will come, and the owner of the farm will put all these slaves to sit down. And anyone that had something nice to say will stand up and tell it. And so when they stood up and told the story, they were always very excited, because it meant that the padlock in your mouth will be opened. Especially if you worked in a sugarcane farm. If you work in a cotton farm, you don't use padlocks. If you like, eat the cotton. But if you work in a sugarcane farm, they must always put padlock. But if you can tell stories, you then become man of the house, because you can relate with them, which was the story of Django. To round up, I'll say your goals, and yes, understanding your industry. Whatever industry you decide to go in, understand it. If you want to go into fashion, find out the people who are the front lines. Find out what they were doing. There's a guy who just made some money, and he said, oh, he wants to go into fashion because he saw that people that were making, chinos was raining at the time. And then there was a time monochrome in this Nigeria was raining. Tie, red. Shirt, red. Cufflinks, red. And all those bankers were this, and so there were people who had boutiques. Boutiques then was selling clothes from your boot. So that's why they called it boutique. And all those bankers, you just park in the car park. And when they take a break, they come to the car, pick some clothes, and they go to, which was how bank transfer started, because some people would buy clothes here, pass it to another person in another branch. Those ones who wear it and pass it, that's bank transfer. They just transfer clothes all around. Now, but seriously, understand the industry that you play in for you to become better. I asked one guy one time, he said that he's a great rapper, and I mentioned 3 names and said, do you know these people? Do you know their styles? And if you decide that you want to become an artist manager, you also have to learn the industry. Somebody told me he wanted to manage Waje. So I asked him, I said, have you studied Waje? He said, no, when I manage a house. I said, no, study Waje and find out what you can contribute to Waje. He said, I like what? I said, what's her birthday? He said, I don't know. I said, you want to manage her? He said, yes. I said, what's her favorite food? He said, I said, study all of that. Know how you can contribute to the person. And now, for friends, you already know that choosing friends. And networking. Networking is a gold mine on its own. I learned how to network because of a man called Gamaliel Onosode. I went for one event, and so I was sitting down and waiting for the event to be over. Gamaliel came and said, Oshai, although were you a comedian now? I said, yes. He said, so why are you sitting down here? I said, I'm waiting for the time I'll perform. He said, go around and introduce yourself to people, collect their cards, tell them what you do, But you're just sitting down here now. Is that right? He said, you don't know that even Joseph had to share his complimentary card? I went back to read it. When Joseph had finished selling himself to the man he interpreted the dream, when the man was going, what did he tell him? Remember me. That's your call card. Say, remember me. So you go to a place to perform. Two things. Your performance will sell you for the next one. Or you one-on-one sell yourself to the person that needs you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1994, a man called I.D. Inang called me and said, would you like to do a tour with us? Because this comedy was growing at the time. He said, would you like to do a tour with us? We're promoting Satzenbrau. I said, oh, yes. Then I started charging 10,000, 20,000. He said, okay, so we're doing like 24 cities. And in each city, we'll go to about like 4 or 5 bars. And just to promote Satzenbrau. And we'll be paying you 100K per city. I said, eh? So in my mind, I'm like, if they want me to arrange TSF. So we did a tour. And I was paid a check of, the agency collected some money. I think it was Rosabelle or something at the time. They collected this. I was paid 1.6 million in 1994. The bank was a Lion Bank check. And you know that thing used to clear in 7 days. So I went to pay the check in and had photocopies of the check. I was using it as bookmark. When I see it, I'll be like, we'll die here. And I'll finally round up and say, when I started doing the same thing and opening doors for comedians, I took Basket Mouth to an event in Kwara. One Abdulaziz, who is the governor now, his sister. In fact, they had 3 sisters get married the same day in Kwara. I think he was doing something in NEPA at the time. He was the director in NEPA. So we drove. Then I had the Honda Accord. You don't know what Honda Accord is. Limo. We drove to Kwara. When we got there and they finished everything, like, they didn't let me perform for long because Sonia Ade was playing. And when Sonia Ade takes over, the show is over. So I finished performing. And they said, that's it. So they brought the money and gave me 250,000. Basket said, what will be this money for? I said, it's my charge. Transport, everything. Say 250, yeah. Basket said, no need for 419. Now this one I will go do. Because at the time, 419 was raining as well. When we drove, we came back to Lagos now. We finished at about like 2:30. Sonia Ade started playing, and we drove. When we got to Ibadan, I said, let's stay in Ibadan. Basket said, the money with this motor so. Because it was cash. 50-50 cobalt, this thing was new, brand new, inside one big carton. He said, we can't stop anywhere. When police stop us, we'll give them something and they'll continue driving. Because if they search that car, you explain how you got it to. But in all, is that you also have to be a mentor to many people because everything you do lights the path for them. So sometimes comedians will call me and be like, bros, I did this event for this person, they don't want to pay. I said, you have to learn. Back then, you tell them, I'm charging you this amount. Give me a post-dated check. So I don't need to come to you when the event is finished. And if I don't do very well, you just cancel the check. That way, most agencies are always very happy. And how did I even learn how to charge money? I was charging 700 from Ekpoma. Then I came, STB called me. What's Papa's name? Chief, okay, he called me. Steve. Steve called me and said, hey, Ali, Omodiafo. He said, Ali, I want you to come and do something for me. I said, okay, sir. He said, I'll call you later. Somebody will come. So they sent one guy, Yinka came. And the guy said, hey, we need you to do won 7-Up. There was a program, the 7-Up High Life, Coast to Coast. So we want you to do the show. I said, yeah. So how much will you charge? I said, 7. I said, no, it's 4 that we'll pay. I said, 7 last. He said, okay, let me go and bring the money. You sign this payment voucher. Then he went and brought 7,000. So I said, maybe he didn't hear me well. Well, I was saying 700. He brought 7,000. Plus, I better go. So he brought it. So I signed it, filled the thing. Then I was squatting with my uncle in Pangrove. So when he left, I told my uncle said, return the money, return now. My uncle was working in Nitel. His annual salary was 3,500. He said, return them. If they can't arrest you, I don't know you. So I took the money, and from that day, when I now want to do, I'll call the figure higher than the 7,000, and they were paying. But only one Hausa man at Nigerian Stock Security and Exchange Commission, I went there to tell him, I said my fee was 10,000 naira. The man said, when you are leaving, don't close the door. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It was a wonderful time. We'll take questions later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's have a seat, please. I believe that if it were not for time, you would have loved him to continue, correct? And that's why he's the legend himself, Mr. Ali Baba. Can we just give him another warm applause? We have those sheets on our tables in front of us where we took the notes that he told us to fill, and you can then take them home and expound on many of the things he has said. Time was not enough, but there's so much that is contained in that. And that's just the first one for the day. Without taking any much of our time, we're going to go next to the second speaker for today. And we're going to be taking the profile of Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi.
Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi is a fashion entrepreneur, a business leader, a visionary, and public speaker. She is a pioneer in Africa's fashion industry, possessing extensive experience in both fashion and retail businesses. She has played a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of the fashion business on the continent. She is the visionary founder of Gatimo Limited and the creative director of Africa's leading premium children's clothing brand, Rough and Tumble. An alumnus of the prestigious Lagos Business School, Mrs. Ogunlesi has received several awards. She was a finalist at CNCB All Africa Business Leaders Awards in the category of the Businesswoman of the Year 2014 and 2015. Mrs. Ogunlesi is the founding member and the first president of the Network of Entrepreneurial Women, NEW, at the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. She is an advisory board member and mentor at Whisker Women in Successful Careers, a structured mentoring program for young women. She is also a non-executive director at Lafarge, Nigeria, PLC. Her entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond fashion. Mrs. Ogunlesi is a dynamic innovator, a compelling speaker, and a staunch advocate for women's empowerment. Her passion resonates in her effort to inspire women to embrace their truest selves and attain financial independence. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a warm welcome to Mrs. Adenike Ogunlesi.
Good morning. I think it's the morning. I didn't look at the time. And I'm not wearing a watch. Good afternoon. It's been a long day already. Let me begin first by saying thank you very much to Custodian for inviting me to take part in this very worthy cause. Thank you to Leke, who you will discover has been a friend for many years. And I think we have reconnected again, and I'm sure great things will happen again. Thank you for making, I will call you Alibaba, because quite frankly it's easier, true. For making my work easier. Because mind mapping is one of the greatest tools of success. And whatever you do with that piece of paper, just copy it out again in your notebook or wherever you journal so that you can track yourself and the things that you have promised to yourself. So you don't need an accountability partner. You become accountable to yourself and you take responsibility for yourself. So I'm going to try to tell the story of over 30 years in I don't know how many minutes. I forget how many minutes it is. But I'll do my best to tell you the story in a way that is meaningful to you and in a way that ignites and awakens something in you today. So this is who we are. We are an SME. This is the way I describe us. We're an SME fueling the engine of national growth because all of you and all the businesses you're about to begin, Nigeria needs it. Nigeria needs it, you need it, I need it. We need to create jobs. It has become a moral obligation for us to create jobs in our country. Nobody is coming to save us. They're only coming to see what they can take, and they're going to use us to get what they want. So we might as well be the ones who are building and creating the jobs that we need in our country. So Gatimo is the holding company, and I called it Creating Possibilities because I'm an eternal optimist. I believe that you can create whatever it is that you want to create once you believe in yourself and in the power of your mind. So I started Betty O because you wonder what that is. Betty O is in honor of my mother, who was Scottish by birth, lived in Nigeria for 50 years, died here, is buried here, just followed this black man to deep, dark Africa. But she is the reason I am the woman I am today. Because she took a leap of faith and came out to Africa and came out to Nigeria and found Adire and built a whole business in tie and dye. And was my biggest role model. So I set up a foundation to support women who wanted to go into making clothes, learning how to run a small business at home so that you can be financially independent. Your hand is not always saying, give me. Your hand should also be saying, take, so that you have your dignity as a woman. You're financially independent. It gives you choices. Once you have those choices, there's nothing you can't do. Gatimo Apparel came out of the devaluation of 2017, and I'll tell you a bit more about it later. Rough and Tumble is the one you all know. Timothy Y is our Afrocentric line. It's a brand that we have, but it's sold in Rough and Tumble. And I share because I care is a social impact program that we do with school kids from different areas in our community, where we stitch for 500 children. We sew their school uniforms, we buy the fabric, sew it, give it to them for free, and buy them in new pair of school shoes and in new pair of socks. And in all of my career, there's nothing that gives me as much joy as watching a child whose uniform was put together with needles, with safety pins, or the fabric is shredding, and they change into this brand new uniform. Their personalities light up like a rocket. And you see the child, you see potential, you see what can be for these children. And it also teaches them kindness. It teaches them also to have a giving mentality as well. Okay, I'm the one in charge of this thing, so I hope I do the right thing. Oh, yes, I did. We are proudly Nigerian. I love this photograph. I think it's iconic. The photograph was actually taken in my backyard, but thanks to technology and the use of technology, not Aso Rock, Zuma Rock. Zuma Rock was superimposed in the background, and it's one of my favorite pictures. I am Nigerian. I believe in Nigeria. I love Nigeria, and Nigeria has made me who I am today. I don't know who I would have been elsewhere, but I am this woman here and now in Nigeria, and that is what is important to me. So I'm proudly Nigerian. Okay, so who we are, we're a lifestyle brand. Okay, I'm going to do this so that we're a lifestyle brand serving and connecting generations across the world. We have grandparents come in to buy for their grandchildren. We have parents who were Rough and Tumble who are buying for their children. So we are a generational brand. And this is happening with Rough and Tumble right across. People are living in Canada. They're buying, they wore Rough and Tumble. They trust Rough and Tumble, so they order Rough and Tumble online. Our mission is to provide superior designs, quality products, and exceptional services while creating memorable experiences for children, families, and communities. If you take a Rough and Tumble outfit, turn it inside out, wear it, nobody will tell you you're wearing the wrong side. It's so well made outside and on the inside. That's what we represent. Innovation, teamwork, respect, service, integrity, and excellence. The values of excellence, of holding ourselves to a higher standard and not saying, manage it, Sha. It's okay, Sha. It's all right, Sha. Get that Sha thing out of your mind. You hold yourself to the highest possible standard. We're trying. You're not trying. You can do it. Do it. We can manage it. No. Don't manage it. You build a system of mediocrity, you will be mediocre. You build a system of excellence, you will be excellent. So why not strive to be excellent? It's so easy to be mediocre. It's the easiest thing to do. Zero effort. Or minimal effort and expecting maximum reward. No, it doesn't work like that. So who we are now, we're 14 retail stores across Nigeria, where we have an e-commerce platform that services our customers outside of Nigeria. We have a contract manufacturing facility for school uniforms and workwear. We have 24 functional business units, and we have 300 plus employees. So the next time customs ask me, why are you carrying this suitcase? You know what I say to them? I tell them I employ 300 Nigerians, so leave me alone. And it always works. They leave me alone. Okay, so you know Rough and Tumble, but you don't know Gatimo Apparel. So I want to show you who Gatimo Apparel is and what Gatimo Apparel does. So there's a video here. I don't know that I'm in charge of the video because I can't. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Am I going back or forward? Oh, dear. Thank you. You can see I'm not very techy. So you can go to the video. Yes. Thank you. That is a factory in Nigeria. It's not in China. It's in Nigeria. It's in Lagos, in Nigeria. So, I've done it again. Just go to the next slide. Yes. So, a vision is set upon your heart, like a vision was set upon my heart. And you need to have the courage to ask. You will ask, why me? Because there will be days when everything just seems to go wrong. Why not you? Why not you? Why should it be somebody else? Why not you? Wonderfully, uniquely, powerfully made. Why not you? But who am I? And that's why I said Ali Baba made this easier for me. Because you need to know who you are. And when I say you need to know who you are, I'm not saying you need to know who your parents said you were or who your teachers said you were or you are. As a wonderfully made human being, you have the power to define, refine, and redefine and evolve into who you choose to show up as. Not who anybody else said you are. Not the way you defined people. My maths teacher, well, maybe he was right. I couldn't add in maths, but I can add money like hell. And that's what's important to me. Because money is the tool, is the enabler. Money is what enables me do the things that I want to do. Money is the outcome of my work. So excuse me if I don't know pie chart or equation this or that or x minus 2 is z and y. I know how to add money, and that's what's important. So what is your service on the journey of finding out who you are and defining who you are? Your service is a gift you have been given to come into this world to serve God, humanity, and yourself. And every single human being has the ability to serve and the gift of service. If you think you don't have it, just sit down quietly and find out the thing. Take a sheet of paper, write down the things you like to do. And if you missed out something, maybe that's the one you really like. Or you cross them out in order of preference till you come to the thing that lights up your fire and lights up your heart. For me, the sound of the machines in the factory, I don't even want to be outward facing. The sound of hearing those machines and watching the social impact of the number of bodies that are sitting in that factory, that are being fed, that have a livelihood and have the dignity of work, for me, my cup is full and overflowing. So you need to understand why you. What is it about you? What is your strength? He said the same. What is the strength that you carry in you that you're going to share with the world? And I want you to just think about this. Of all the people that could have been born, you were born. You can't take it lightly. It's a gift to be here. I know they make jokes that I should have been born in England and I was born in Nigeria. I was born in England, but I chose Nigeria. So there's a Jakpada words, Abi. There's a coming back Jakpa. Yes, Jakpada. Yes. Jakpada, Lati got be me. Since I was born, I Jakpadad. You understand? Yeah? So you must know who you are. You must know what your strengths are. You must, and I use the word must, because they will form the basis and the foundations of everything else that you choose to do and that you want to do. So, on this journey, who did I need to become? And you will discover, when you look back, that the journey has always been about who you become. Because to become a person that earns ₦1 million is very different from a person that earns 100 million. It's very different from a person that earns 1 billion. The mindset, the way you think, is completely different. So if your mindset is on 1 million, If you're comfortable there, it's okay. Because to get to 50 million, you'll be very uncomfortable. To get to 100 million, super uncomfortable. To get to 1 billion, after 1 billion, it becomes easier. So they say. I don't know. Yes. So what do you believe? What do you believe is possible? What did I believe was possible for me? Your belief system will shape your life. Your belief system is the foundation of your life. Your belief system is creating your thoughts, your words, that is driving the actions that you take in the micro moments of your life on a daily basis. It's not a conversation of, I will do, and it's all say-do ratio is 1,000 to 1. You can talk, but you can't do. In the micro moments of life, in the gift of this life, and in the micro moments of the gift of this life, what are you thinking? What are you saying? And what are you doing? So, let me tell you where Rough and Tumble started. Because when you look at me today, butter can melt in this woman's mouth. She doesn't know any hardship. See her face as it's fresh. I am scarred, but the scars will never show. Because there were lessons that I needed to learn to be the woman who will stand in front of you today, to take you on this journey, so you can have the courage to take your own journey. That's what it is. And this is where Rough and Tumble started. In the back end of Mende. It didn't look like this when I was there, by the way. But I went back a couple of years to take the photograph, and the place had even run down even more. People who know me know that I'm a plant lover, so I put plants all over the front. But I'm not making excuses for it. But this is where it started, yeah? And one of the things that I learned was, don't despise your humble beginnings. Don't be ashamed of where you're starting. Don't be afraid of where you're starting. Somebody comes in, they come in a G-Wagon. I come in my Hyundai. I don't know their story. They don't know my story. But I know my story, and I know where my story is going, and I know where my story is going to end up. So I'm not going to be distracted by somebody else's G-Wagon or feel small because somebody has done something bigger than I have done. Be proud of where you are and where you are starting, but put in the work because you have clarity on the vision and you know where you're going. So I took a risk. There was an opportunity. There was a place called Sea Garden in GRA, because I couldn't really tell people to come to that other building to come and buy children's clothes from me. It just wasn't going to make any sense. So I moved into this place. The whole shop was like 3 meters by 6 meters. That's where Rough and Tumble started initially. And that's where Leke, all that. That's where I met Leke. And I remember I was trying to put a sign up on the wall. And he said, what is all? I'm sure he doesn't even remember. He said, what's all this thing? Why? Are you afraid? Are you? And look at me, woman like me, somebody says, are you afraid? Of course I'm going to chest it and say, of course I'm not afraid. Afraid of what? He said, let's put the sign on the roof. I go, yeah, okay. We're here to stay. We're putting the sign on the roof. It put pressure on me because it means that what it meant at the time, which he didn't know, was I had blown myself to this level. I had to create everything inside to be sure that when they see this thing, when they see this sign, as big as it is, the service quality and the product quality could match what was out there. Some people have a great big sign, no inventory. Great big sign, no staff. Great big sign, no cash. Be sure it's not your ego that is driving you, but we'll get to that. This is the next building from that place. No, you missed it. Help. Yes. So from that small shop, I annexed the next shop the next year, and by the 3rd year, I was sitting in Leke's office planning how I was going to pay the rent of this building. It was a run-down building, completely run down. And I had to do the renovation to make it what it is that you can see in this photograph. I didn't understand business, so I enrolled in Lagos Business School. He talked about continuous learning. I enrolled in the Lagos Business School, and I was coming back from lectures one day where the lecturer had said, are you going to be that small shop that stays the same way 30 years? All the children in the neighborhood go and come back, and you are still in the same place. How many people know a store like that in your neighborhood? Huh? You know a store like that in your neighborhood. Nothing changes there. Nothing. Maybe now they put Boko Haram gauze around it so people can't steal. But nothing changes there. And it was a wake-up moment. And usually, when I am coming back from Lagos Business School, I'm always super focused on the store. So I'm looking at the store to see, are there cars outside? Are there customers there? Do I need to, wake myself up very quickly so that I can attend to customers? I had staff, but I also liked the personal touch. Them meeting the face behind the business, them understanding why I was doing what I was doing was also important to me. But today, for some reason, I looked on the left, and I saw to let in this dilapidated building. I was ready for the next level. Definitely I was. And I was going to go for it. And I remembered I said to somebody, and she said, you are going to take a whole building to sell children's clothes inside GRA. Who do you think you are? Be careful who you share your vision with. It was set upon your heart, because everything you need for that vision already exists within you. Have you ever seen the seed of an Iroko tree? It is tiny. Have you seen an Iroko tree in its might? It is absolutely one of the tallest trees in the whole jungle. But from a little seed that was in it, and yet it died before it came up again to become that tree. And when I say you need to know who you are, you need to die to the ways that don't serve you. You need to die to the ways that don't serve your vision. You need to die to the ways that are not empowering you or productive or enabling you to be the best version of yourself. The same way that seed dies for its might to be appreciated in the jungle. So this place was a lot of fun. I grew. I made a lot of mistakes, because people think that when you have a story like this, it was smooth all the way. No. I had my fair share of speed bumps. I had my fair share of flat tires. I had my fair share of betrayals. I had my fair share of all kinds of anything you could think could go wrong went wrong. But you see, that's why for me, it's about the mindset of the entrepreneur, and that's what you want to study. So from here, I realized that this dream, from putting this big sign up, it had ignited something big in my heart. And God was in full support. And I remember the banks coming into GRA. Zenith Bank, I forget which other one came to GRA. GT Bank. And I said, the big boys are coming to town. I have to buy my own property on this street before the prices go crazy. I set the intention. And this is why you live a life of intentionality. Because there are no coincidences. In the light of divine providence, there are no coincidences. Everything happens for a reason. But you need to be spiritually aware to understand that nothing happens by chance. And this is why you cannot separate your spirituality from your path of entrepreneurship or from your path of the gift of your service to the world. I'm not talking about church. And I'm not talking about your ability to quote the Bible from the beginning to the end. I'm talking about in the micro moments of your life, the decisions that you are making as a result of the level of conscious awareness that you have grown and you have become, this aware being that understands that even though I am in a body, I am actually a spirit being, and I'm just passing through here and it is temporary. And so how do I live my best life so that when I do go, I have made an impact? And so I set the intention to buy a plot of land, and somebody calls me one day and says to me he wants to speak to my brother-in-law. This story is real. If you like, believe it. If you like, don't believe it. It's your choice. And as a woman that my mother always said, be helpful. It doesn't take anything away from you. Share knowledge doesn't take anything away from you, because the number of people who will act on that knowledge are the people who are disciplined enough to understand what it is and take action. Yeah? So I said to the guy, my brother-in-law is not in town, but how may I help you? He said to me, we have a plot of land on Isaac John that we want to sell. I said, oh, really? He said, yes. I said, it's mine. Simple. It is mine. How much is it? Blee, 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 blah, blah, blah. Okay. My husband is away. He's coming back. When he comes back, he will meet with you. I went to the bank. I told the bank, I've kept this amount of money. I found this land I want to buy. I need you to give me the loan to be able to buy this land. You see, if you don't start now to put systems and processes in your business, when you go to the bank, they will show you the door. And I will tell you that story later. Yeah? Now, we bought this land. And I sat down, still in this building. I became comfortable. Comfort is a disease. Don't get comfortable. It's a disservice to your potential. Don't get comfortable. When you start to get comfortable, start to think about ways to make yourself uncomfortable. Because dreams die in comfort. Hopes die in comfort. Everything dies in comfort. Yeah? And so my landlady did a fantastic thing for me. She sold the property. She sold the property that I was sitting in as if it was my own. That was the biggest wake-up call and a reminder to me that there was a dream I was supposed to be pursuing, because people were waiting to see me light up the path for them so that they would have the courage to do what I had done. And honestly, it was one of the most stressful seasons of my life. Because I had this property down the road that I had bought, but I had not built. And they're telling me to get out of the house now, right now, as if they were going to light a fire underneath me. I said, what's this nonsense? But you know, just it. What are the things I cry, After I finish crying, I wash my face and say, what next? You're only allowed to cry for 2-3 minutes and no need to wail. Just do, even if you can wail in 2 minutes, it's fine. I allow myself to feel the emotions of feeling sorry for myself for 2 minutes. But that's it. So what next? You have the property down the road. So now, do up a business plan. Get to the bank. Tell the bank to give you a loan that you want to buy, you want to build a place. How much was I asking for? 200 million naira, when 200 million naira was probably $2 million at the time. It was 78 or something to 1. That was a lot of money. And they looked at me. You are selling children's clothes. Are you all right, madam? I'm very all right. I know what I'm doing. I believe in what I'm doing. And I trust myself, because I'm not going to use your 200 million to buy a new car, or to buy myself designer bags, or to buy myself gold, or to buy myself jewelry. I'm very focused. And so I put together a proposal. And I faced the banks, and I got rejection after rejection after rejection. Meanwhile, this fire was still burning me to move out, to move out, to move out. And I remember very clearly, it can be a very emotional moment, but I've cried the tears I will cry for that time. It's over. By the time I got to the 6th bank, I realized the bank wants to see your systems. The bank wants to see everything. that you own in the business. They want to see the structure of the business. They want to see how you're going to pay their money back, full stop. Yeah? And if you cannot show a path, a clear path of how you will pay that money back, they will not give you the money. So you can't blame the bank. So what happened was I learned how to stress the figures. I learned how to do something that he said. Get the person who is specialized in that area, in finance, to speak when you are in the presence of the bankers. So I took the vision of the business, the marketing strategy of the business, the direction of the business, the direction the business was going to go, and I can do that in my sleep and with all the confidence in the world. But when you put me with numbers, but you need to know the numbers. I can add the money, at the end of the day. I know what goes in, what comes out. That one is important. But the way the bank will want it, you need the person who is specialized to do that. And so I got myself a financial advisor who went to the meetings with the banks with me. And somebody came to see me. You see, when you share your challenge with somebody who is operating on the same wavelength as you, they can prefer you solutions. Yeah? And I said to a friend of mine, I said, I've been to 5 banks and they have rejected me. And I'm just sitting here now wondering what next I should do. She said, haven't you heard of Access Bank? They're coming up. They've got a program that they're supporting women. I said, they do? Okay. God rest again. Oh, it's Herbert. Oh, God rest his soul. I don't really know him. Oh, here's his phone number. I called him. Oh, my reputation because of the brand preceded my meeting him. And so he was ready to listen to what I was going to say. So as you are building this business, you are building 2 brands. You're building your personal brand and you're building your business brand. And you have to put as much effort into both of them. And your personal brand is so important that the values that drive your personal brand will drive your business in these early stages of your business. And so I met Herbert, and I almost fell off my chair when he said, oh, madam, we will support you, no problem. How much is it you want? 200 million. Okay, no problem. It was like, what? I did a double take. Short of kneeling down to say thank you, I had to pull myself back. I was wearing heels, my hair, I was looking like a hot chick. I can't be kneeling down to say thank you. But in my heart, I was bouncing everywhere all over the skies. I was so excited and so happy. And that is what gave birth to the next slide. Just do me the next slide. Yes, this. And I became a woman that could build a 4-story building property and own it outright and have paid back the money to the bank, complete, since. Why? That paper that Ali Baba shared with you writes the dreams, writes the goals, write it inside there. Because in my head, I already saw myself in a glass building. In my imagination, I already saw myself telling people what to do, how to do it. I already saw teams. I already saw shops. I saw e-commerce. I saw... Okay. I prefer this one. I don't like holding. Yeah. It's going out because I move. So I'll readjust. Okay. I'd already seen all the things I wanted to do. So when the money came, I knew exactly what to do and exactly how to spend it. But what did I learn on this journey and in this process? I learned resilience. I learned to be resourceful. I learned to stay focused. I learned to believe in myself and believe in my dreams, and that I was worthy of the dreams that I had and have. That I was worthy of being the woman that was going to light up this path for others to follow. I prepared myself, and when the opportunities came, I was ready. How are you preparing yourself? What are you thinking? What do you see? Are you seeing all the problems, and are you hanging out with everybody that says Nigeria is not good, Nigeria is not going to work? You sit down with a group of Nigerians, adults. I call it the bashing of Nigeria. Bash, 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 bash. Are you not Nigerian? Were you not made in Nigeria? How can you curse something and expect it to bless you? How? How does something you curse give a blessing to you? I don't know anywhere in the Bible where they cursed the land and it became a blessing upon them. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where the things that you say you begin to see in your life. And this is where you need to understand the power of the spoken word and the power that you carry as a spirit being and the power that you carry to create the life that you want and not let circumstances define you. Because the circumstances will define you if you allow them. It's easy to just flow into the bashing of Nigeria than say, you know what, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to be a tool of difference. I'm going to be a person that makes a difference. It's hard work. It's pure graft. It's sleepless nights. It's not going to the party. It's not buying a shebi. It's not buying the latest hair. It's not the latest nails. I don't even have nails. The woman I became, I did not have a TV in my house for 15 years. I took out the TVs. They just put Netflix in my house last year. They're a distraction. If you know you don't have the discipline not to binge watch, get rid of it. If you have the discipline, good for you. If you don't, get rid of it. You don't need to know what happened in Africa Magic. You need to know what is happening in your life. You need to know what your competition is doing. You need to know who you're up against, what you're up against. You need to know who you are and the potential that you have. That's what you need to focus on. The next slide. So what is the goal of entrepreneurship? For me, it was about converting resources into systems and processes that create massive financial reward. It creates massive financial reward because it is creating value. If you cannot be a person of value or a person that has the ability to create value, you cannot have a financial reward. It's not possible. So it's taking the resources that you have, becoming astute at being resourceful, taking those resources and turning them into systems and processes that enable you to create value and serve. I used to tell myself, serve millions, earn billions. Serve millions, earn billions. Serve millions, earn billions. So that I would remind myself of what my service was going to, the outcome I wanted. Because ultimately, why do you want money? The ultimate reason for money is because I want to be free. I want to be free to travel when I want to travel. I want to be free to eat whatever I like to eat. I want to be free to wear whatever I want to wear. I want to be free to write somebody a check of ₦1 million if that is what my heart tells me to do for them. I want to be free to travel in business class and not go back. I want to be free to lifestyle. He said it. I want to stay in 5-star hotels. I want to be met at the airport by a black Mercedes-Benz chauffeur driven. Take me to my airport. I don't want a Uber driver that is talking too much. No, I'm not interested. I want my luggage nice. I want to go walk into a 5-star hotel and order anything I want to eat without saying how much is in my account again. No. I don't want to fake it till I make it. I want to make it and live it, not fake it. So, when I say I want to be, I want to do, and I want to have anything, it is the outcome of graft, grit, commitment, sheer hard work. Because nobody is going to do that work for you. Unless you are a briefcase person that goes to Abuja and comes back and they say, he made it. What did he do? He went to Abuja. He made it. He has plenty of houses. He made it. What did he do? You say you didn't hear me now. I almost put my head inside the microphone. What did he do? Who does he employ? Where is the business? 1 office, 3 desks, but he's a billionaire. But he will call you to a party and you will go. And you will go and dance. But you didn't question him how he made his money. It's a good idea to question people, how did they make their money? You want to know. And if there's no story, ha 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 ha. Okay, next slide, please. So, the mindset of an entrepreneur, the way I defined it for myself, is that I see the invisible because a vision is invisible. It is not tangible. Nobody can see it. I believe in the impossible. That means that by faith, I walk by faith. I don't know what the end result will be, but I'm taking a step in faith, believing that even though somebody says it's impossible, I will find a way that makes it possible. And Nelson Mandela says, it's only impossible until it is done. I believe it's Nelson Mandela that said it. Yeah? It's only impossible until somebody does it. So let me be the person that makes the impossible possible. You can be the person that makes the impossible possible. And then I trust the unknown. I don't know what will happen, but I walk in faith, and I believe enough in myself, and I believe in a power, a superpower that is bigger than I am, that is guiding my spirit, that is leading my spirit, that is teaching my spirit, and my spirit is open to learn. So uncertainty, discomfort, all of it is part of the journey. You don't need to know when you know what is going to happen at the end, is there any fun in it? There's no fun in it. All the excitement is gone. You don't become. You don't become. To become, you have to go through the adversity of life. And life is full of adversity. It is part of the human story. You can't get away from it. So the next slide, the mindset of an entrepreneur begins with self. To lead others, you must first lead yourself. Your life is your biggest investment, and your mind is your biggest asset. When we say you already have everything you need, that is the asset of your mind, the gift of your imagination, the gift of your eyes to see that which is invisible, the gift to have faith, to believe, the gift to trust when everything doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make any logical sense to invest in a factory in Nigeria. Oh, really? Why are the Chinese doing it? Did you stop to ask yourself that question? Meanwhile, you are sitting there saying, this country, this country, The Chinese are coming by the plane loads. From here to Ogun State, they bought all the land. We are complaining about a governor. Somebody posts something stupid on Twitter and the whole of Nigeria follows it. These things are a distraction. You cannot be great or release the potential of the greatness that lies within you if you allow everything that passes you by to distract you. And this is why the most powerful tool you have, you already have it, it's your mind. But what are you feeding your mind? What books are you reading? What company are you keeping? I did a course in Leke's office, so I don't know what year it was, 2010 or 20, it was before the year 2000. I used to carry myself because he was the brand expert. I used to carry myself from Ikeja to go to his office, sit in his office and learn how to build a brand and the things to do to build a brand. He charged me, it wasn't free. So don't be looking at him like he didn't charge me. He charged me. Yes, so he does. Not free. And if you're looking for free, you say people who employ monkeys get what? Peanuts. That's all you get. So I want to share this quote that has stood me and helps me examine myself a lot of the time with you. So it's the next, yeah, there it is. The first and the best victory is to conquer self. To be conquered by self is of all things the most shameful and vile. You must conquer yourself and get over yourself. You must even need to know that you need to overcome yourself. So the days when my brain says we have this to do, my body says not today. I tell my brain, you will discover as you become more consciously aware that there's a mind-body connection that's going on with you all the time. Your thoughts are not by chance. They're being engineered by the things that you are seeing and the things that you're picking up. So you want to tell yourself, get up. Get up. You want to start. How many people talk to themselves here? I'm not saying talk to yourself inside your mind. I'm saying talk to yourself. Stand in front of a mirror and talk to yourself. Look inside your eyes so that when you know that you have said something that you are not living by, you look away. Then you know that, I need to do something about that. Self-leadership is the most difficult and challenging of things. To overcome yourself, to overcome all the labels, the way you've been socially conditioned. To recondition and rewire your brain to be the person who can have anything that they want. It is by intention. It's not by accident. Because everything that can get in the way will get in the way. Understanding the power of your mind, because it will shape your life. You know, there's a saying that says, be careful what you think, for your thoughts will drive your words. Be careful what you say, for your words become your actions. Be careful what you do, for your actions become your character. I'm sure you have come across that saying. It is so true. Whatever you are thinking, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth will speak. It's not by chance. You have been thinking it. So you said it, sorry, it's not a mistake. You were already thinking it. So why don't you rewire yourself to think more empowering and more powerful thoughts? And the next time anybody starts to talk about Nigeria this, Nigeria that, tell them to get away from you. As fast as possible. So to empower yourself, you need to begin to create systems that build your character. 3 things, 3 C's. Your character, your competencies, and your capacity. Yeah? Now, freedom is impossible without you being responsible and accountable. You will not get freedom if you are not responsible and if you are not accountable. You won't. It won't come. To get freedom, you need to put in systems that will shape you, that will build you. So, I said it earlier, character is built in adversity. What does that mean? It means that you really get to know yourself when things go wrong. You really get to know who you are when things are not working smoothly. You really get to know who you are when everything that can go wrong goes wrong. And then you are in the middle of this wahala. Let me just put it like that. And then how do you begin to prefer solutions to get yourself out of that place? What are the things you need to do? Who do you need to become? What needs to rise out of you to take charge of that space and time in that moment? I can't do anything without my spirituality. And it's not even only my spirituality. Defined in my spirituality are my 5 pillars of life. Family, my health and fitness, my wealth. I have very big wealth, very big audacious wealth goals. Very big. And I put them down. And people are saying to me, but Madam, you are in your 60s, everybody is winding down. They can wind down their life. I'm winding mine up. I'm not winding down anywhere. No. There are systems and processes in the building, and there's competent people to drive the business of the business. I am a thinker. I am an ideas person. I let my imagination loose. I don't can it. I don't limit it. And I don't allow anything to limit it. To build character, you have to reframe the word discipline. When you think about discipline, what do you think of? When you think about the word discipline, what do you think of, typically? Huh? What do you think of? Huh? Restraint is hard. Things are hard. Yeah? Yeah. I didn't grow up thinking discipline was self-control. I grew up, discipline was my father beating me. Discipline was my teacher disciplining me. Discipline was punishment, in short. So for me to understand the word discipline and how it would impact my life, I needed to take the word apart and reframe it to mean freedom. You cannot have freedom without discipline. And you cannot have freedom without self-restraint. You cannot have freedom without doing what you need to do regardless of how you feel. I don't feel like it, so I'm not going to do it. There will be consequences. So get up and do what you need to do, because discipline is the foundation of all of success. There can be no success without discipline. It's a foundational value to success. And it means that you need to do the things, even when you don't feel like it, you get up and you do them. You need to trust yourself. You need to believe in yourself. Nobody's coming to save you. You know, people say they've turned themselves into beggars, begging God. And God says, everything I can do, you can do. You can even do more. And they'll say they are waiting on God. To do what? He's already given you what you need. Be resourceful. Think. Don't wait, because nobody's coming to save you. You save you. We all save Nigeria. Nobody's coming to save Nigeria. The Chinese are here to take what they can. So we need to save us. Your internal dialogue. This is a self-narrative, what you are saying to yourself. When you wake up in the morning, when I wake up in the morning before my feet touch the ground, I say, I'm grateful. Today is a good day. Today is the day the Lord has gifted, and I am glad and I rejoice in it. I am grateful for the gift of this day. I'm not on the mountain of fire praying for 1 hour. I don't know how to do it. But I know how to say I'm grateful, I'm thankful. And I know how to thank all the people that I come across in my day. My cook, my driver, my staff. I know how to say thank you to all of them. Because for all of them, my life is the way it is. Without them, I'd be stressed trying to run a business. And be a wife, and be a mother, and be a million and one things that women are expected to be. Your values and the systems that you put in place, and your daily routines. Your daily routines are forming the habits that are shaping your life. So if you wake up in the morning, what do? What are the things you do throughout the day? If you tell me the things you do throughout the day, I will tell you what your life will look like in 5 years. Because it is in your daily habits and it's in your daily routines. Mental toughness, everything that can go wrong, I've said it will go wrong. Your emotional intelligence, understanding the importance of your mental, your physical, and your emotional well-being, and how your emotions impact the choices, your decisions, and the things that you say on a daily basis. Taking ownership of your own life. Being committed to this goal. Somebody comes and says, this is what he's selling. Everybody runs there again to go and do, this is the business that he's selling. No, stay committed to where you are. I don't know anybody who made money simultaneously from 10 businesses. You make money in one business, you put it into another, you create the systems and processes that help you build that business. It continues to grow before you go into another one. It's only on the internet that they tell you that you can be a multiple CEO, running 5 businesses at the same time. You ain't got a pot to piss in, you want to run 5 businesses? How? Because the boy tells you that he sold the course to 1 million people all over. How do you know he has? Have you seen it? He's sitting by the pool with his laptop and he's telling you are a slave. Let me see your life in 5 or 10 years. Let me see what will happen. Sorry, I'm very passionate about that thing. It's just rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Self-reflection. Tell yourself the truth. My mother used to tell me, unto thine own self be true. Don't lie. Don't lie to the world. Don't try and covert the world. Put your feet on the ground. Pour cement. So when the accolades come and people are telling you, he, ha, ho, ha, he, your feet are on the ground. You don't float with the news and forget where you are going and forget who you are. You become accountable. You hold yourself to a higher standard. You become resilient. You know, I grew up, that's the kind of Yoruba I grew up with. It's coming, it can hit me, it can knock me down, My mother said, you will be like a ball underwater. I said, a ball underwater. Mommy, how do you keep a ball underwater? She said, that's precisely the point. Can you keep a ball underwater? No. Why? Because it will pop out over there. Then it will pop out over there. Then it will pop out over there. And that's the way you have to live your life. Nobody can put their hand on your head and suppress you underwater. You pop up. You pop out. Any way you are going to do it, keep popping. Just keep popping. She doesn't know that you get tired popping all the time. But anyway. The second C is your competence. Yeah? Everything you need to know is on the other side of your ego. They're calling you businessman. You have got award and certificate today. Hey, you start to work differently. Yeah. What have you done that you're working differently? What have you done now? Don't let your ego get in the way of your potential. Your ego is good in that it can serve to push you forward. Know that that's what it's doing for you. Now, in your competence, there's two things. There's your technical skills and there's your social skills. Under your technical skills, you have your knowledge, you have your practice, the things that you know, that you practice, that you become so good at that you cannot be ignored. When they mention somebody, they cannot mention Brandon and not mention Leke. For example, they cannot mention comedy and not mention Alibaba. They cannot mention fashion in this country without me. They can't. It's not possible. It's not possible. So you become so good and so skilled at what you do that you cannot be ignored. And you know what will happen? People will look for you. You will not look for people. They will look for you. They will come to you. And that is designed by intention, not by accident. Yeah? You must be committed to continuous learning. Some people have never opened a book since they left university. And they want to lead a multi-billion naira business. And they want to create a multi-billion naira business. It ain't going to happen. Your mind needs to be open to learn. You have to learn. You have to read. You have to learn. Now, the social side is your EQ, your emotional intelligence. Your attitude will determine how far you will go in life. You must remember that. To be able to communicate your dreams, your goals, your aspirations, so that you can have people buy into it, so that they can lighten the burden of this dream, so that they come into it and they take it to the next level, because you were the vessel that began it, but there are other vessels that will plug into it to make it the size of what it is. And that's why he says he mentors other people in the industry. They can't talk about that industry without Alibaba. You have to learn how to cooperate. You have to learn how to collaborate. Networking and connections. You see, show me your friends, I will tell you who you are. I will leave it at that. The quality of your friends will determine the quality of your life. The quality of your connections will equally determine the quality of your life. The third C is capacity. I'm mindful of the Olokpa that's standing beside me, so let's get on with it quickly. Yeah? The third C is your capacity. Everything you want is on the other side of the work that you refuse to do. Everything you want out of your life is on the other side of the work that you have refused to do. Don't blame anybody. Don't blame Nigeria. Don't blame the politicians. Get up. Stop the blame game. Stop it. Stop. Did you know that Abacha was president when I was trying to start Rough and Tumble? And if you said anything, they picked you up, they threw you into a dark room. You didn't know that? Or everything was banned. I have a factory full of workers. I was waking up at 3 a.m. to be at the Nigerian border at 5 a.m. to cross over into Benin, to go and buy materials to come and keep my factory going. I have scars, but they will never show. But because they're part of who I am, and they have made me who I am. So don't carry the scars on your sleeve. Look at me. Oh, me. Hey, hey, ha, ha. No. Stop it. Huh? The third C is your capacity, your ability to deliver, your ability to perform, to plan, to deploy. Say, I can do, I can do, I can do. Yeah, come and do now. Oh, hey, ha. No. Put your money where your mouth is. Bet on yourself. Learn it. Be good at it. Do you know the number of CVs I see? They say they're social media this, they have done this, they've done that. Oh yeah, now come and do the work. Oh, no. Do you want a life of excuses? Or do you want a joyfully abundant life? The choice is yours. You have to sustain the effort. You have to have an agile mindset. That mind, it has to be like elastic. If you pull it this way, it will stretch. If you pull it that way, it will stretch. If you pull it that way, it will stretch. Sometimes, for some people, it snaps. So be careful how far you push it so that it doesn't snap. The power of perspective. That's what I'm talking about. Does life happen for you? Possibilities thinking, or does life happen to you? To you is a victim mentality. They did this to me. They didn't allow me. They didn't. Get over yourself. Take responsibility and ask yourself, when you find yourself in a bind, I learned this in my marriage. When things weren't working in my marriage, the first thing I said to myself is, how have I contributed knowingly or unknowingly to where I am? You ask a powerful question, you get a really good answer. Because nothing changes until you change. And for things to change, you need to change. Because nothing will change otherwise. So ask yourself, where I currently am, how have I contributed to it, knowingly or unknowingly? Because sometimes we're doing that without even knowing. Yeah? So, after all this go, come, say, talk, do, what new story are you going to tell yourself? The choice is yours. It always is, and it always will be. Thank you. Did I finish on time?
Thank you. You can please have your seats. That was, somebody said, hot. Just before I call the next speaker very quickly, one of the places that got me was when she knocked this pulpit. It felt as though someone knocked my head. I don't know if you got that knock on your own head too. Thank you very much, Ma, for that. And thank you also for how much you put in passion in what you shared. Can we please give her a warm applause once more? And to take us in the final lap of the speech and the talks for this afternoon is Mr. Incredible himself, Mr. Jude Abaga. Please hold on, sir. Please hold on, sir. Very quickly, we're going to take his profile. I know he wants to run. But we're going to take his profile now, and after that, we're going to hand him the stage. His profile, please.
Recognized as one of Africa's prominent rappers, M.I. Abaga rose to fame in 2008 with his debut album, Talk About It. This pivotal release marked a significant milestone for the Nigerian hip-hop scene, setting a precedent for commercial success in that genre. Born Jude Abaga in Jos Plateau State, M.I.'s musical journey began in high school. His passion for rap deepened while he was pursuing a business degree at Calvin College in Michigan, USA, where he was influenced by the American rap culture and artists such as Jay-Z and DMX. These influences helped shape his distinct, punchline-driven style. M.I. Abaga is celebrated for his innovative approach to music production and marketing, as well as his dedication to promoting emerging talent. His album MI2 holds the title of Nigeria's best-selling hip-hop album. His 2018 project Rendezvous highlighted a blend of new talent and upcoming stars from Nigeria's alter music scene. Additionally, he set a record with 5 of his albums charting simultaneously on Apple Music in Nigeria. In 2022, M.I. released his 11th studio album, The Guy, featuring collaborations with notable artists such as Duncan Mighty, The Cavemen, Wande Cole, Nas, and Benson. Beyond his musical achievements, MI applies his business expertise as the founder of Task, a company dedicated to creating substantial revenue streams for creatives. He also runs a music label, Incredible Music, and spearheads various impactful social projects. Currently, MI is working on his 12th studio album slated for release in the third quarter of 2024, poised once again to showcase his exceptional talent and innovative spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a warm welcome to M.I. Abaga.
Hello everyone. How's everybody doing, by the way? My guy is standing up for me. I want to say something about Alibaba before he sits down. You know, the comedy industry would truly not exist without him. I don't know if there's anybody. You know, in the music side, we have Don Jazzy, we have Banky W, we have people that have been a bridge for artists. But I don't think that there's one single person in entertainment whose impact has been as strong and as enduring as Alibaba's. He literally fathered the comedy industry. And every time I see him, I want to say, thank you for what you've done. I want to give a big thank you to Custodian, to Aldo Consulting for inviting me, but also for keeping this legacy going. This is amazing. For everybody that's here, I want you to say how lucky I am. You know, because to be in a room where we can think and dream about the future and share ideas and hear from people that have done it. Mrs. Ogunlesi's talk was just something else. There's nothing more to say. I just came to say thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to talk about three things. I'm a storyteller. I'm a rapper. I'm going to talk about the beginning, the middle, and the end, right? And I don't have slides, but I hope you'll come along with me. And if you don't mind, I may ask one or two people questions like, Dunia, I know I will start with you. So we're going to start with the beginning. And I want to ask, but are you married, single? You're not married. Do you have an idea of the partner that the person you would like to get married to? Could you describe, if you don't mind, let me come to you. Could you describe who that person is? Be as descriptive as you possibly can. Tell me about this man you're going to marry. Oh, you don't want to use the microphone? Okay, say it to me. I'll say it loud. Okay. He's considerate. He's kind. He's thoughtful. He's a visionary. He's hardworking. He has a good temperament. He's patient. Why, men? Are we not all that? If you're the man that she's describing, let me hear you say, yeah. Right next to you. Praise the Lord. A miracle has happened. Okay. I want to start there because it always begins with a dream. But the thing I want to share is that I used to have a dream about my partner, but it wasn't very specific. It used to say, she'll be kind, she'll be this, she'll be that, she'll be bam. And when I met my wife, was when I actually went and wrote a very specific list of things. I'll tell you some things that were on my list. I thought it was important for me, the role I played in my family, for my wife to be someone that either had either lived in the US or lived in the UK, because I thought for a while I would want to have a very international part of my life. I remember that I always loved women that would, when I was younger, a woman that had an afro, you know. I wanted someone that could contribute to the work I was doing. And if any of you have met my wife, you're going to see that down to the T of the list that I wrote, it's uncanny. Now, why am I sharing this story with you? A lot of young people, when you ask them about their partner, they have a list, but it's very vague. It's very vague. It's like general things. You know, he's going to be kind. No, Dunia, I'm not taking shots at you. Thank you for suggesting, but thank you, sir. But Then I learned from someone how to dream. And I want to share that with you guys. Again, I'm an artist, you know. I've been some places in my life, but I think that the hardcore learning today has been given to us already by our first two speakers. I want to share something practical with you. And this is how I learned to dream. I took out 3 days, and I went back to when I was a child, and I asked myself, what do you want to accomplish? And I sat in the office. I walked around in my bedroom when I'm 60-something. I touched my children's hair. I walked down the street. I saw the house. I asked myself, what is the business that got me here? And I dreamt about it. Here's the thing about your destiny. It's yours to make up. You can create any story you want for yourself. The challenge is that most people never do. They have something that's very vague. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to own businesses. When I talk to young people, that's about it. But I encourage you today to be very specific, to be deliberate, to dream about what you want to do with your time on earth. And if you can come up with the most ridiculous list, I want to own a red car that's going to have... The reason why is that when things are vague, then you don't know whether what you're getting is what you want or not. So before I was specific about my wife, I ended up dating a lot of people where I was spending the whole time like, is this going to work out or is it not going to work out, right? And until I listened to this speaker called Brian Tracy, and he said, take the time, go sit down and make up your dream. So this is how the company I'm working on now, Task, came about. Because when I was a child, I loved being creative. And now, having had the experience I have, I was like, okay, I can match that, and I can build a company that creates opportunities for creatives. And, you know, I heard Mrs. Ogunlesi talking about having financial dreams that are scary. I made up my dream that I'm going to be a billionaire. And I asked myself, how will I get there? I was like, oh, I need to do a business that is scalable. Oh, tech. I know nothing about tech. At the time, I knew nothing about tech. Then I went to what Mrs. Ogunlesi just said. I started learning, and I started reading. And today, in our organization, we've built an app. Can you imagine that I've built an app? Listen, no, don't clap. You should be all scared. What? I built it by learning. I read books. I got up and I asked people. I was so stupid in meetings. I would sit down and be talking to people. But you see, I know where I am going because my dream is specific. I'll tell you one part of my dream. At the beginning of my dream, I said, I want to be able to go watch any NBA game when I'm 65 years old and sit down on the floor seats and be able to afford it. It's a little thing. I won't be able to share with you guys where that comes from, but that is part of my dream. And I encourage everybody here, if your dream isn't specific, please take the time and write a very specific dream. Make it up. Write whatever you want. Go for anything you've wanted in your life, but write it down so that as you walk through life, when opportunities come, you can look at the opportunity and say, that's not for me because I have a dream. I know where I am going to. And I find that one of the sad things about many young people is today in Nigeria is that we don't have a dream. It's not specific. So as specific as saying, my wife is going to have, sorry, let me use you again. She's going to have a brown jacket. She's going to be laughing when I'm describing her. She's going to sit on a table next to, whatever. Be so specific. That's the first thing, and that's how it begins. Now, the second thing, the middle. I want to ask you, what part of our body is the middle part? What part? Your stomach, right? When your stomach hurts you, what do people normally say? They refer to the stomach as opposed to themselves. They say, my stomach, I'm having stomach trouble, right? And they separate themselves from their stomach in that point. A lot of times when you have stomach issues, it's embarrassing. Maybe you're somewhere, you needed to run to the bathroom or whatever. So it's easy to separate yourself from your stomach when you have stomach problem, right? But when we're dealing with stress or something else, we don't separate ourselves from our brain. Have you noticed that we say, I'm stressed, I'm going through a tough time, I'm afraid. Now, what's the point here? The point is that what happens in your head and what happens outside your head are two different things. And the one that matters is what happens outside your head. Do you understand that? What happens in your head and what happens outside your head are two different things. The one that matters is what happens outside your head. Let me explain. There's somebody here that may have been on their phone the whole time. Is it possible? And they were sitting in a room with people that probably going to network, that are probably going to share. We've listened to deep insights from leaders, people that have done amazing things. And that person could have been on their phone the whole time. Maybe the thing that was stressing them out is their girlfriend is angry with them. Yesterday you didn't call me, and that's where you were. And so while you were in a room with multiple opportunities, you were in your head. Do you understand? I don't know if what I'm saying is coming across. And the skill of being able to realize that what happens in your head is not as important as what happens outside your head helped me to be able to wake up when I didn't want to wake up. Because my head says, why are we doing this? But it's not what happens in my head or how I feel. I think Mrs. Ogunlesi said this so well, that matters. What matters is, did you get up and did you take the action? And that's what's going to define your life. Mrs. Ogunlesi is so right when she says that in our generation, we have become so comfortable. Everybody talks about stress, or this person doesn't like me, the country is bad. And in our heads, we may be justified. But guess what? What happens outside our head while we victimize ourselves is that the country gets worse, is that bad leaders are elected, is that things get more and more dangerous for us young people. And I encourage us to start to look at yourself and realize that your thoughts don't define you. They're just like your stomach. Your thoughts don't define you. Emotions don't define you. You are actually more powerful than your emotions and your thoughts. I want to share this with you because I can tell you that, again, as I was saying, Mrs. Ogunlesi, sorry, ma, I'm using your talk. I was speaking in tongues while she was speaking here the whole time because so much of what she said is so profound. 4 years ago, if anybody is a fan of mine remembers, I was a lot bigger. And I was like, I don't want to become 40 at that weight. I wanted to cut down. My whole life, I'd always tried to run, go to the gym, and I always failed. And so I came up with this phrase. When I run every morning, which I do, I say to myself, let's say I'm running, my knees are hurting, it's raining, I have stomach pain, or as I'm getting up, my wife is like, you're making so much noise, just lie down, I tell myself, I say, your knees are hurting, your stomach is hurting, it's raining on you, but on top of all that, there is a man running. And the reason I say that to myself is that all those other problems, you'll be fine, because there's a purpose. There's something that needs to be done that's more important than the context I'm in. And that's one of the things I want to share with you about the middle. That the middle of anything is going to be difficult. It's going to require discipline. It's going to require hard work. It's going to require sacrifice. It's going to require from you to observe yourself and realize that what should drive you is not how you feel, but what you must do. Now, let's talk about the end. 4 years ago, I was sitting in a car right by the airport in Abuja. And I was talking with a friend of mine. And a second, you know how these things happen? I heard skirt. And I turned my head and a car came out of nowhere and boom, rammed into our car. Now, up until then, I'd never thought about my death as being on somebody else's timeline. I don't know if you understand. I always thought maybe I'll fall sick or I'll be somewhere, armed robbers will come in. I never had considered that I could be walking and I will have a second to turn and lights out. The guy who hit us, he was drunk and he was arguing with his wife and not paying attention. And you know, he came around the Abuja turn, wasn't paying attention, ran into a car. That day when I went home, I went back to the hotel, I was looking at all my friends. Are there any MI fans here? You guys may have heard maybe like 3 hours later on Twitter, you know? Maybe they would have come, they would have seen the body, they would have, what are we doing? They would have called my friends, they would have, and then maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes, that story starts coming out. Do you hear what happened to MI? Do you hear what happened to MI? And just like that, phew, gone. And it made me realize that I should take the perspective that I'm living on extra time. So I marked that day as my death day. I'm like, now everything I have is extra time. Now, I want you to know that you don't know the moment you're going to be gone. None of us has any clue of the day when the end is coming. And you are on borrowed time. What are you going to do with this amazing life that you have? Your grandparents were so close to illiteracy. Maybe some of them were able to read, but the general context around them was that there was no education. Your parents were close to the village, most of us. Here we are, we have technology, we have internet. Is your life meant to be sat on a beach, partying every weekend? Or were you here to do something great? Were you here to do something important? Are you here to make a change? Are you here to leave something for people that are coming? Because you don't know when the time is up. I want us to go back to where we started. I wanted to keep it really, really very short because I know we've spent a lot of time today. But I want to go back to where we started. And I want you to look at somebody and I want you to say to the person, I'm very lucky. And I want you to know that you're very lucky because, number one, you can decide to do anything. It's your choice. It's your choice what you want to do, what you want to be. So be very clear with yourself. What am I going to do with my time? Number two, you're very lucky because it's up to you and the work and the discipline. Listen, I have no right to be standing in front of you guys. My parents didn't have the money. I didn't have the position. When I moved to Lagos, in fact, the first time I came to Lagos, my dad brought me when I was going to school outside the country. I had no right for that. I was just like, I want to go. I started writing scholarships. You know, young boy, I ended up getting one. I forced my parents. My parents couldn't afford it, but they spoke to people, and then I ended up going. I came back to Nigeria. Things weren't really working out for me. I'm like, we're going to do this music thing. I came to Lagos. I was stubborn. I developed my skill. I became a great producer. I learned how to market my music. I played a role in the record label that I was a part of. Rather than just complaining, I went to my CEO. I said, how can I help? I became the head of music. I didn't, first time I was like, 2013, I became head of music. 2015, somebody called, Aldo called me and asked me to be the CEO. I had no clue what I was doing. 2019, we sold the business to a company. I had to start again, and I started thinking about task. And through that journey, what I would tell you is that there were so many people that were more talented than I was. and they didn't put in the work. I want to tell you guys what my calendar is now. I know that in Lagos, most people have to wake up really early to go to work, to travel. And if you have to do that, let me put your hand up. If you have to travel a far distance every morning, okay? I try to be up by 6 a.m. latest so I can run for an hour. And then I try to read. And then I'm at work. I'm at my desk by 8:30. When I tell other artists this, they don't even understand it. Sometimes I'm working till 10:30 p.m. I'm having meetings. I'm reading contracts. I'm reading accounting statements. I'm where Ms. Ogulesi was, where I'm learning. I'm learning about business design. I'm failing. I will go to meetings. I will make mistakes. I will come away from it. I will be like, oh, I know how to do it again. I'm learning how to hire. I'm learning how to build systems. And do you know the reason why? Because when I was a young boy, the thing that I had was a talent. And as I walked through life, I knew that the way that the world deals with creatives is not fair. So I said, my dream is to make a change before the end. Now, maybe as I'm walking out of here, but as much time as I have, that is going to be my focus. It's going to be my focus. I'm committed to it. I'm driving it so that if God gives me the chance, when I get to freedom, I can look and I can know that I've done something important with my time. I've given everything. I want to leave you guys with one more short story about a guy that I really, really loved. In fact, I used to hate him. How many people know who Kobe Bryant here is? Kobe Bryant, the basketball player. You know, he died at 41 in a helicopter crash. And he was with his daughter. And I didn't like Kobe Bryant for a long time when I was a young man because it's like Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. And I just hated the Lakers. And this guy was just relentless. Oh my God. You play against Kobe Bryant, he does whatever it takes to beat your team. When Kobe Bryant passed away, I remember I was sitting down in my room and I was like, this guy left this world empty at 41. Everything that he wanted to do, he did. He spent all his time working on what he was going to do. And even though he didn't have as much time as I have, I'm older than he was when he died now. How lucky I am that I'm still here, able to have a dream, able to work on my dream before it's my time, you know? And that's maybe the thing I want to share with you guys. Because the luck for us is to be in rooms like this and to have somebody whisper into your ear, you can do anything. It's such a great privilege. It's such a great privilege. And I hope that we all take it with us, that we go back home and we don't forget why we are here. We don't forget what we're here to do. We don't give up. We don't stop. We keep driving and we keep moving till the day that this country, again, as Mrs. Ogunlesi said, this country that is so cursed, that is so derided by its own people, till the day that people say, do you know what happened in Nigeria? There was a group of people that sat in a room organized by Custodian and Alder Consulting. And those people refused. They refused to curse their country. They refused to accept that things were not going to work out for them. They were like, no, the power is ours. And they made a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is M.I. Thank you so much for this incredible, incredible honor to be able to share with you guys. Thank you. I know we have a question and answer session, and I know some people said they wanted to talk later. But thank you so much, and thank you to Alder Consulting and Custodian for the opportunity.
Awesome. Can we give MI another applause? To be honest, I don't know how else to have beautifully summarized the 3 sessions, right? Yes, so as I was saying, just hold on, please. I'll call you up. All right, so. So, our wonderful speakers have taken the mic from me already. And they are ready to answer your questions. They are ready to answer your questions, and I'm just going to hand the mic over to them shortly. But before then, I would like us to hear a word from the brand master himself, Mr. Leke Alder.
I don't want to hold the mic.
Okay. Sorry. There's
Can you hear me now? Okay. There's not too many people to thank for here. First of all, let me thank Mr. Walioshi. I hope you appreciate what he's doing, because what you don't pay for, you don't appreciate. And somebody paid for this is the point I'm trying to make. And he's been paying for it for so many years now. And Wale, may God bless you. You see, many, many years ago when I was going to start business, I went to a businessman and I asked him to give me advice. And he said to me that business is very hard and discouraged me. Because of that experience, I made up my mind that I will encourage other people when they have the opportunity to go into business. And so when you have a company that is dedicating quietly, there's no noise about this. We've done this for years. And Custodian has done this quietly, without fanfare, year in, year out, year in, year out. You have to commend such a company. So once more. And because Mr. Walioshi is such a quiet person, he's unobtrusive, he's a gentleman. You don't see him too many times in the newspaper. I'd rather put him in newspapers, but he's not that kind of person. So it's a quiet achiever who has built a multi-billion-dollar business quietly. Such people are rare. So let's give him a round of applause. See these 3 people on stage? I'm their fans. I want to tell you the power of relationships. I mean, I'm a 60-year-old who listens to rap music. And any swag he has, I have. But thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, it took a lot to bring him, and it was no hassle, no trouble, nothing. He was such a simple person. And fame does that to you. It makes you lose your head, but he's not lost his head. What is happening outside the head? Apparently, what is happening outside his head is more important than what is happening inside his head. Nike Ogunlesi. Well, she's my client, she's my friend, she's my sister. We date back to before 2000, actually. And I'm going to tell you about the power of relationships. You should learn to keep relationships. I've known these people. Alibaba is a troublemaker. He's known, we started our older consulting at the hotel in Victoria Island. I knew him back then. This was before 2000. So, and I remember we were having a brand award, and it was the MC, along with Mofe Damijo and Teju Babyface. So he's been around, and he's gone around the block, and I thank God for what he has become. Alibaba, thank you so much. I'm not a speaker at this event, but I want to thank everybody. I know you know my story and you've seen my video. You know, I'm not an artist, you know, but I became an artist on my birthday. You know, I want to thank all of you that prayed for me. I'm not going to die. You know, so no matter what, I fought the battle and we're still fighting, and I'll keep fighting, okay? What God has given me is my brain, and I'm going to use it for the good of humanity, okay? So I'm not dying. So I tell everybody I'm not dying, but keep praying, okay? Now, I'm not a speaker at this event, and all our speakers have spoken very well. But I just want to share a love story with you. Maybe you'll learn something from it. Many years ago, I met a young lady. She was very dark in complexion. Please note that phrase, dark in complexion. It plays a major role in what the story I'm about to say. And she was my mentee, and she'll come to my office sometimes with her husband, and I would treat her well. You know, she wasn't paying me any money, but I was very kind to her. I was helping her chart her course in life, and over years, we became friends. A few years after that, I met another lady who was light in complexion. And over time, she was our client. She was the brand manager of the company. Met one of our staff at the gym. They exchanged cards. She gave us a job. I went to London. I came back. There was a problem with the job. Anyway, long story short, I met this lady, and I was impressed by how good she was and how fair she was. Years later, I became friends with this light in complexion lady, and today she's my wife. Now, here is what I did not know. You see, that dark in complexion lady was her sister. She never mentioned to me that she had a sister. You could never connect them because the one is light, the other is dark. And later I realized that there were 6 girls in that family. 3 were light, 3 were dark. The point I'm trying to make is that years later I began to think, what if I'd been nasty to that black lady? What if I had done what typical men who are successful do? Chase this girl, sexually harass her, do whatever, all what you can do. And then I learned a mighty lesson in life. Be not forgetful to be kind to people, for some have entertained their sisters-in-law unawares. I'm telling you that it's a small world. That's the lesson I want you to learn. It's a small world. What you don't think is important is important. The person that you meet in the day, do good to. Do all the good you can. May God bless you, and God bless Custodian.
We can have our seats, please. I think with that, the tone is set for questions and answers that we may have. I know the hands are eager to pop up, and I also realize that you know that the day is also significantly spent. So we're going to take limited hands here, but that's not to say that we're not going to attend to all questions. If you don't mind, you could put down or pen down your thoughts, and we could extend them to answer and reply you. You can just put your name and your contact details so that that can help us to manage our time properly. So I'll take a few hands in the room right now, and if you don't mind, if you have questions, please just raise them up so that I can take numbers. We have 1, 2, 3. Okay, you've raised your hand first as the first person. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to take 2 more people. Nobody from the middle. Okay, it's 7, a lady there, and that's about all. So just let me take the numbers again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, and the last hand, 8. So please take note of your numbers so that we can do this very quickly and be done with. Also, please do well to mention the name of the person you are addressing your questions to so that it doesn't just float. First, we have Ali Baba here, and then second, we have Mrs. Ogunlesi, and third, we have, I like to call him Mr. Incredible. I'm a big fan, right? So we have the three of them, so you can just mention them when you are channeling your questions. So number one, please, and very quickly too.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank all the speakers for the opportunity to sit and listen and learn from you. Adinikema, I want to ask you a question. You've gone through a lot, understanding how difficult it is to run a business and to have it succeed in Nigeria. With all of those things you went through, was there a time you felt like, okay, this whole wahala self, let me just give up and go do some other things, or maybe even leave the country? Was there a time like that, And how were you able to overcome those difficult challenges? Thank you.
Yes, so how would you should we do that? Would that be nice? Do you?
To fear.
Okay, please allow me to take two more, just so that we make it quickly. If you have a question for her, so that we can just do that quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you. Okay, all the panelists. I'm delighted to be part of this occasion. I've learned so much. Antinike, okay, my question to you, okay, you run a premium brand that deals in children's clothing. Okay, how did you deal with the attention when PEP, a South African brand, came in? I said, how did you deal with the competition? How did you deal with the competition with PEP, the South African brand that did something similar to you? They did at a cost-effective manner, a lot more cheaper than what you do when you go into their stores. So, I mean, I understood it generated, prior to that time, there was no business doing exactly what you were doing, understand? In direct competition. None that I know of anyway, that goes directly into the kind of business you do, that's focused on children's clothing. Yeah, how did you deal with the competitions and with?
Yes. All right. Good day, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kamade. Earlier, I mentioned what we do at Campus Next. I was going to ask, what are the most important things for us as a startup that is just trying to build up to do in scaling our business from one campus to the next one, knowing fully well that we don't have the funds at the time. What are the sorts of funds we could actually look out for? And then how do we get a team to work? Because personally, I think Mr. Emma has mentioned about running into tech. It's very difficult to work with those people. Very, very difficult to work with these people. So what system can we put in place to get all of these things work together? Thank you.
And the last one for now.
Ma'am, I just want to ask a question, and it's related to when you spoke about competition. Now, is it possible for us to have a mild competition and a difficult one? If there is, or if there are mild and difficult competitions, how do we deal with them? How do we separate them? How do we treat each of them? That's just my question.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you very much, everyone. They're great questions. The first one was the times when I felt like giving up. You didn't hear me tell you that I cry. I cry, but I only allow myself 2 minutes of self-pity and self-misery. Yeah, because really, there's a vision, and the vision is what is driving me. I've always said to myself, I will never be defined by my circumstances. I will create the experiences that I choose to have. That is the power that you have. Giving up is the easiest thing you can do. Finding solutions, looking for ways to move ahead is not as easy as giving up. So I don't give up. I've never been the kind of person who gives up. So I'm not giving up. I won't give up. Yeah? So it comes back again to the power of your mind. It comes back to the thoughts that are going on in your head. It comes back to how you make those thoughts a reality, whether you believe them or you don't believe them. Like he said, the thoughts that are going in your head are different from the things that are happening in your reality. But your thoughts can create your reality if you allow it. And it can go negative, it can go positive. The choice is yours. You have to remember that. So, are there days when I feel like getting up, I feel like giving up, and how do I cope? I remind myself of the vision. This is a divine assignment. That is the only way I could make it make sense to me. I just said to God, I said, see, guy, you will give me my own apostles so that I can spread this news. Outside of that, but I don't want Judas. I've already experienced Judas. So I need those 11 people who are builders, who have a builder's mindset, who will be committed, will be loyal, and I can sell this vision to, because I can't do it alone. So I ask for help. When I feel overwhelmed, I ask for help. But I make sure I get the right kind of help. I make sure that my vision is, he kept on saying, write it down, be specific. I call it intentionality. And so I must have by now something like 50 journals where I write down, yes. And this thing that Alibaba has given you, mind mapping, is a fantastic tool for reminding yourself of where you are going and why you are doing what you are doing. Then there's no chance of giving up. Does that help you? Good. Dealing with competition. Let me ask you a question. Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz, is there competition between them? Is there competition between Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz? No, seriously. Huh? The only thing between the two of them is that they have 4 wheels and they will take you from point A to point B. But it depends on how you want to travel. I traveled in a Volkswagen with 8 other children when I was a child. I don't want to be in a Volks. I want to be in a Benz. And I know what it means and feels like to travel in a Benz. So I know the difference. So Rough and Tumble is for a discerning customer that likes quality, understands quality, and is ready to pay for quality. I'm not going to apologize for my prices. We are a brand. Rough and Tumble is a brand. And if you know what it takes to build a brand, so is Pep. But we're not on the same level at all. And are they still here? Of course not. They've sold and gone. When you go into a market that you don't know the market and you bring winter clothes into a country that is hot or is raining, do you know your market? No, you don't. You have a template that you just roll out in every country that you go to. Hello, I am Nigerian. I understand the Nigerian consumer. I know what they like. I know they want their children to stand out and show up. And I know, no matter what you say about Nigerians like things that have good quality. They like the fact that they can wash those trousers and hand it over to the junior brother and give it to the cousin after the junior brother has outgrown it. That is what Nigerians do. That's what we do. That's how we roll. Pep, after it has finished scratching your body, it will begin to rip. No disrespect to them. But they are catering to what is called the bottom of the pyramid. We are not. We are catering to a discerning customer who is ready to pay for the quality that we have to offer. Besides which, I am personally challenged when people say that Nigerians don't know quality and Nigerians don't know how to make quality. That is why I make sure that you can wear our clothes inside out. And I'm not kidding. Go inside a Rough and Tumble and go and turn it inside out. You will see, especially those ball dresses that we make for girls. I'm telling you, wear the wrong side, Seth. Nobody will ask you. They won't tell you it's the wrong side. It has like 3 layers inside it. So that what is touching that child's body is pure cotton fabric. It's not scratching them. It's not itching them. It's not this. KYC, know your customer. You will not be afraid of the competition. What the competition will do for you is be alert. But you have a brand. You have brand values. You have a brand ethos. You know who you are. You know your customers. Why are you afraid? You are only afraid. Maybe you don't know what you're doing. I'm not saying ignore the competition. But the competition I will not ignore. I'm going to ignore Pep. Because we're not doing the same thing. The only thing that makes us the same is that we're children's brands. But we're not the same. The same way Volks and Mercedes are not the same. They're not. So, be aware of the competition, know what they are doing, yeah, but the competition should not make you begin to change who you are. If you know who you are, the competition can make you change who you are. The problem with, what is that phone called? BlackBerry. BlackBerry didn't realize they were in tech. And that tech was moving at a speed of fire. Well, fire is even slow. Sound, light, fast. And when they said change, they refused to change. They said change, they refused to change. You can't refuse to change when the seasons are changing. I'll give you an example. The Naira is devalued. The cost of being in a mall doesn't make any sense anymore. So what did we do? From 19 stores, we came back down to 14. Close. My ego is not tied to it at all. What will people say? Who are the people? What are they doing with their lives that they will be talking about me? Do you understand? So, what is in the best interest of the business that you are running? And in the best interest of your strategy and your strategic growth? That is what you focus on. Why should I spend 100 million to pay for 100 square meters of floor space in a mall? 100 million naira? Mubanani. How? It doesn't make any sense. Divert 100 million to e-commerce, to social media. You have got a broader audience. When you need to change, know that you need to change and change. So that change doesn't force you to change, if that makes sense. Thank you. For the tech question, I would actually ask you to answer him because he's built an app. You see people who work in that space, as you said yourself, they are very touch and go. So I would, with your kind permission, allow him to answer the question. Please, thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer as the rookie that I am in, but I think your question spoke to something deeper. It speaks about running teams. And what I've learned myself is the first thing is that you have to lead. If people that you're working with don't see in you the example of what you're trying to have your team members emulate, they're not going to do it because human beings are not stupid, especially in Nigeria where the culture tells people to be lazy. It tells people to cheat their bosses. You know, whether we like it or not at home, people are saying, that man is rich, don't mind them, you know. The way for you, this is my experience, the way for you to get a team to achieve something is when you're clear on your vision, you have to lead. You have to work harder. You have to show people that this thing is serious and I'm going to inspire you. On the tech side, you're right. It's a very, very volatile space. And the young people in Nigeria, you know, they're really trying to find the best life for themselves. And a lot of times that produces attitudes, especially in tech, that are not proper. You're working with one developer who has 8 jobs and they're giving you the bare minimum. I think some of what Mrs. Ogunlesi said earlier on about how, like when you vision, you're driving the vision yourself and you're committed to it, I believe your team members are going to gradually see that. And you have to be okay to let people go. You know, you have to be sure, be very certain if you don't meet up to these standards, that's the end of our working relationship. And so those are 2 practical things I'll say. I know I have to show up every morning and I have to continue working hard and leading because everybody's watching me. And when people start working, if they have the skills and they have the talent, you know, once they put in the work, it's going to happen. But a lot of times, the leader actually comes late and makes an excuse. You know, oh, I was late, or you're handling too many things. I think that's another great point you made. You're not focused. And so other people too are like, well, you say if you do your own, you know what I mean? That's been my own experience. Outside of that, every challenge is hard. It's very, very difficult. You listen to the tech entrepreneurs talk about it. It takes a crazy amount of commitment to build something that's better than what other people are building. You have to be very comfortable with failure. You have to be very comfortable with starting and failing. You have to go back. You know, there's something I would say that when we are babies, we all were very comfortable with failure. You know, then you go into primary school, they start beating you when you get things wrong. You know, you go to secondary school, you got something wrong, they bring you to the front of the class and they shame you. And so by the time you finish the school system, you're very uncomfortable with failure. If you got something wrong, you want to hide it. You want to tell your boss, no, something, you make up a story so that it's not clear to people that you didn't get things wrong. And counterintuitively, when you now enter the world of business, you now need to return to being comfortable with failure. You need to try it, see it didn't work, and ask yourself, why didn't it work? So my first attempt was to hire a team that helped me build up to my MVP. When I got there, I'd learned so much about the team. I had to let those people go, bring someone else, and keep moving, and be comfortable. I had a whole day, as she said, where I was like, man, this MVP wasn't what I wanted it to be. But be comfortable. Hey, I tried it, I got here, failed, it didn't happen the way I wanted it to be. What have I learned? And apply that and start moving immediately. So,
thank you very much. So I have one question for MI. Yes, and yourself, sir. It says, as an upcoming creative, I have had to take up jobs that will give me credit as a creative, but doesn't provide the environment for the growth you deserve. But it gives you an end credit that helps your bragging rights as a creative. Is this mediocrity or a stepping stone? It's okay, then you start, then we'll hand over to
I think
Alibaba.
Oga Alibaba arranged it perfectly when he said the questions for Mr. Gunlesi first, and then if anybody has a question, I'll just answer and then pass over to him to close out.
Sorry, Mr. MI, just before you take that, out of those I counted earlier, is there anyone that has a question for MI?
Yeah. You've asked the question
already.
But that's a very, very good... Okay, maybe I should wait for the question to be asked first. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this question will go to both of you, actually. So, pivoting from being a comedian to a businessman. Same thing with you. Music, business. What are the challenges that you faced, and what are the things, what advice would you give to other creatives? Because at the end of the day, behind all these things that we are talking about, showbiz, whatever it still boils down to money counting. And that's important. So how did you pivot into that space? Especially Oga Alibaba, who hardly does that side anymore. So he's obviously built up capacity behind the door. You know, he didn't speak too much to it, but it will be good to hear from you. Okay, sorry.
And we're asking this question because both of us are trying to pivot to become comedian. And
over to you, Seth.
Yeah. Okay, so for the first question about, let me recall how I heard it. I heard you saying, I get a lot of work that doesn't seem like it fits into what I want, where I want to be. I get some credit for it, but, you know, am I letting myself down? Am I, you know, putting myself in the wrong space? You know, when I was in college in the US, I used to wash bathrooms, and it taught me a lot about life. I worked for 8 hours, and I did 2 shifts for our library. And you'd start from the bottom floor, you'd go all the way to the top floor, and then you come all the way down, back again. During summer, I would cut grass. That guy was paying $10 an hour, so we're very happy for that job, you know. And even when we got there, the Nigerians would get there like maybe like the work's supposed to start 8 o'clock. Would get there at 8 o'clock and would see that there are Americans that were there at 7, trying to get overtime and working harder. And then I also worked at a restaurant, and I think that gave me extreme competitive advantage against a lot of my peers. Because when they are chilling, I'm mopping. I never lost that sense. You know, I was trying to share with someone the other day about how many versions of a song I do before I write it down. You know, they were listing the name of people, say, you can't mention this person without this. You can't mention hip-hop music without MI. But the reason is not because I'm more talented than anyone else, better looking, or have more talent. I know that the reason is because I am more hardworking than every other single rap artist, maybe in Africa. I know that I'm going to write that song 10 times because I learned how to continuously mop for 8 hours, you know. And so when I'm somewhere and I meet a young person that's a creative and they have a job, I give them a hug. Tell me, I'm an artist, but I'm a gate man. I'm like, you're going to learn so much here as you work in your music. Now, there's an element of taking a risk on yourself as a creative. And I also want to touch on that too as well. And I don't know if there's any right answer for when the right time is to take that risk, when you stop doing things for other people, because it's a risk, you know? I think maybe for that I'll say, when it's time to take a risk, courage. Be courageous and move forward. And then be flexible. I saw the word agility, and we spoke about flexibility earlier, about being able to stretch and go from one side, because life is not linear, right? And sometimes you're going to say, this is what I want to do, and you're going to go do it, and you're going to see it didn't work out. And the winners in life are the people that are going to be able to reassess and say, okay, let me go do this and be able to come back and be able to, you know, readapt in that regard. And so maybe those are the two things I'll say. I'll say, if you have something that you're doing, show up as the best version of yourself and give everything you can. Give everything you can. The best thing that can happen to you, you know, in Nigeria, we sort of shame people that overdo. You know, if you're the best worker at a place, people are like, you yourself. Abi, is it your papa's work? And let me tell you something. Doing oversabi is one of the keys to success. If you are a cleaner and you're the best cleaner, when they are hiring the next manager, you'll be the manager. If you're the manager and you're the best manager, when they are looking for executives, you'll be the executive. And it's such a shame to me it's such a shame to me as a culture that we are starting to shame excellence. Whatever you're doing, mop as proudly as you can every day. Show up, give your best, because it will make you stand out from your peers. And then the rest of it is inconsequential. Whether I'm working on a film that's my film, or an album that's my album, or I'm collaborating with my brother, I show up giving 100%, and the rest of it takes care of itself. So that's my response to that.
All right. Regarding systems and how to work with teams, I'll just add one thing to what they've said, is that even Jesus had systems. He knew who was an accountant and made that person an accountant. He knew who was, though the guy shafted him, Abi? That was Judas, okay. So he knew who you would speak to regarding that. I'm sure when it was time to look for bread and fish, he knew who to talk to feed some people. He knew. So you have to know the systems and know who, because competencies in teams help to drive the progress of any organization. I'll repeat that. The competencies in the team that you have. Don't employ anybody because it's related to you. Don't employ anybody because you know what happens with some drivers? They come to you and say, my wife is pregnant and I don't have any other thing to do. And because the wife is pregnant and you want to help him get a job, so you employ him, and then he will bring all his bad behavior to the place. And then you have employed him on sympathy, not competence. We do it in politics. Okay, let's move on. So then, from creative to executive, it's a presentation I made some time back. You know, the rule of business is universal. The rule of business is provide good quality, market good quality, present it well, and people will buy it on value proposition level. It has nothing to do whether you are creative or not. the rule again is that from creative to executive is that when the rules of business are applied, it's universal. One is you appeal to eyes. Somebody that walks into a shop and wants to buy something, there are two types of people. The one that wants to buy quality and the one that wants to buy quantity. If you are marketing to the person that wants to buy quantity, you know that the person is not looking at quality. If you are marketing to somebody, like she said, if somebody walks into a place and says, oh, the stitching of this thing is really very nice, it's not the ones that... I was at an event one time, they did, you know Ashoebi? You can make an Ashoebi for 45,000, and somebody will make that Ashoebi for 5. And this woman was sitting next to us, and the thread was dangling. And the friend just held it and pulled the thread. And the whole of that arm opened. And so the person said, who made this? He said, so there are some people who sew an outfit for you. They won't do double stitching, but the stitching will stay. The thread they will use will stay. The quality would also stand a test of time. Like she said, you can hand it down to several other people. All right? So it's important that you know that the rules of business, whether you're a comedian, whether you're a rapper, whether you're a dancer, the service. People ask me, how did you push comedy and make people accept it? We were not pushing comedy, we were pushing service. What I sold to people as I was going to different places to sell myself was not because I'm funny, no. It's the service. The service is, in Lagos then, you can have like 7, 8 weddings, and some people will have to attend all of them. So they jump into this one, run out, jump into this other one, run out, jump into this one. And then they then know that, oh, there's one at after hours. The one at after hours has a better MC than all the other ones. After they've gone, they end up at that one. So the thing is, the service was what I was not selling. So for businesses, you are only approached because of the value propositions that you are giving. And the thing is that with value propositions you're giving are not good, the people that you are marketing to will spoil your market on your behalf. I'm sure most of you have known when somebody says, I want to buy SIM card. There are some people who say, don't buy those people. Oh. They'll dash you credit. You can't use it. Some other people will tell you, oh, I want to fly this airline. Say, They change flights anyhow. Those are the things that affect business. So the thing is that you must come correct. So even if you're a comedian, you must sell yourself. So when I opened my business, if I come to your office for a meeting, once we finish the meeting, as I get to the office, I tell Auntie Gloria Rose was my general manager, that I was working for her because she's run schools before. She's become, you know Auntie Gloria. So she would then say, how did the meeting go? I'll tell her. And then in a few minutes, she's done a letter saying, based on the meeting that we had and every other thing that we discussed, this is what we're charging, this is what you offered, this is why we cannot give you that price, and this is what we're looking at doing. Subsequently, we can give you discount on this, but if this is okay with you, please get back to us so that we can book the date. When the people see that letter, they know it is not your, how much are you paying? They know this is really structured office. When I opened my office then at Eleganza House, somebody asked me, said, what do you want to sell? Alawada, you want to open office. I had 3 billboards in Lagos. One where the train station ends in front of Marwa's office then. I had one where Civic Center is now, because there used to be a refuse dump where Civic Center is, and I put my billboard right on top of it. And then one at Foreshore, when you're coming out of Ikoyi, there's one massive tank that was there, and there was a billboard. I took those 3 billboards. What did I write on it? Being funny is serious business. 497085, pager number 195. So the marketing that you do, you market as if you're selling generator and appeal to somebody's need. That's the word. Appeal to somebody's need, whether you are a dancer or a rapper or a fashion designer, you are appealing to needs. And when you then appeal to people's needs, you take into cognizance their age, you take into cognizance their qualification, you take their exposure, and you put all those things together. Everybody that does marketing here knows that once you sell something to somebody, you go through with delivering that quality. And it's some people who sell certain things to some people know that, you know what they call after sales. I'll give you an event, and when I get to your event, I'll make sure, before the event, I've helped you draw up programs. I'll suggest certain things to you that will make the event even much better. I did something for NMPC one time. They were doing send forth for someone. They invited me as a comedian, MC comedian. We got to the meeting. They were talking about buying wristwatch, buying this one. I said, this man that you want to buy a wristwatch for, can I afford this wristwatch? They said, no, that's been the tradition. I said, okay, can I suggest something? And they were like, what? I said, buy him a massage chair. They were like, massage chair. Ali, you have started. I said, okay, no problem. So that day, at the restaurant upstairs here, the Sky Lounge, I got anti-glow. They paid me well, so we bought one massage chair. So they brought it. When they presented the watch to him, he took the watch and gave to the wife and kept it. And so they brought my massage chair in and put it down. And everybody was looking at this thing. So I said, this is my gift to you, sir. And they tore it open. And the guy said, do you know I've said I need to buy this thing for myself when I retire? This is beautiful, beautiful. You know what Shell did? They paid me back the money. And subsequently, for every other person that was retiring, a massage chair was a given. Because the wristwatch, the massage chair, he will see it every day. He won't wear a wristwatch every day. Because somebody like that should have like 4 or 5 pieces. He won't have 8 massage chairs. Even if he has 2, he can say, put this one in my office. So the thing is, when you're providing service, you have to think 4 or 5 steps above or beyond what other people are doing for you to beat the competition. The last question you have is, okay, so, well, I'll stop there.
I just realized I didn't answer the question as well because it was directed to me as well. I think I definitely have way less experience in business, you know? And I think I've spoken a little bit from the perspective of not giving up. But I would like to contribute to that question and share my story. So in 2019, this is very short, I left Chocolate City in management, right? I was still an artist on the label, but it wasn't, you know, sometimes business shakes away. I was the CEO of the music business. I ended up leaving. I didn't know what I was going to do next. But I knew I didn't want to compete directly against, I'm a shareholder on Chocolate City. I didn't want to do a label. And I had been doing music since I was a young person. So the first thing I did was the visioning. I took out the time, and I really was very clear, what do I want to do next? Tied it back to what I'm good at, but there was so much I didn't know. Then I started going out. So what we decided to do was create an agency to help brands work with creatives. I bought a suit. Me and a few of my friends that left Chocolate City at the same time, we started this business called Task. I started going to offices. You know, I would go to offices and the brand manager is like a fan of mine. You know, oh my God, am I? Maybe, and now I'm sitting down doing my proposal. Again, remember, I'm learning. And I would just keep trying and trying and trying. And then I would read, I would study. I had to change my habits. I had to, you know, a lot of what I've shared, I had to learn how to use a calendar. I had to learn, like now, in fact, I was showing my brother the other day my systems that I have on my laptop for everything. Money, scheduling, meetings, hiring, blah, blah, everything. I know how to use Excel, I know how to use Zoho, I know how to use all these, you know. Over that time, we've worked with, we've created opportunities for 20,000 creatives. We've given about $1 million of work to, we've built an app, a platform, and I still talk about it. In fact, when I talk to my team, I tell us we count our failures, we don't count the successes. If you're counting successes, you know, tell me how many times, how many attempts did you do? And when you have 20 failures, you get a pat on the back. Great, keep going. And the point I'm going to land to say, give you guys a little bit of trivia. My next album is called The Wolf, right? And The Wolf is an acronym for To Humans Everywhere, whatever occurs, look forward, right? And the reason, thank you. Don't, to keep it here. But to answer the question, what I would say is that what the transition took from me was, that transition is taken from me is returning back to where the eagerness to learn, telling myself a new story. You know, when you're an artist, you tell yourself that, oh, by 30 years old, I would have stopped doing this. And then you reach 40 and you're looking at your career and the story is like, am I on my way out? And no, that's not the story at all. I decide where it's going. And then persevering and putting in the work. And I think maybe that's what the last thing I just want to say to everybody here is like, look, we are part of the people that we get, by our skin color and by where we are, we have received the shorter end of enjoyment of life and have access to power and everything. And we're a little bit complicit in it because we sort of take a passive approach to solving problems for good reason. We've dealt with dictatorships, we've been hit down, but things are so bad now that we all need to step out of our comfort zone and live as if we're constantly transitioning, keep learning, keep working, keep striving, keep growing, you know, so that things like this, rooms like this where people can sit and learn, where people can receive from what we've built and we can share. That is where the Nigeria that we're looking for is going to come from. And it's us here that are going to do it. And so, if anything, transitioning from one thing has taught me is that be okay to fail, be humble, but keep going. Keep the vision alive and keep going. Don't give up. Please don't give up. Be a wolf. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. I'm going to take there are two people that I counted earlier that have not taken their questions. I'm going to take those questions and we'll call this to close after those questions. But if you still have questions, please do well to write them down and then just hand them over to me. We will communicate a platform where we'll be sharing some of the thoughts on those questions after now. So there's someone here, yes. There's a lady at the back there, and there's you. So that will be all for now.
Just one more addition, so that you can draw references to it. Joseph was a creative. He interpreted dreams. But he transitioned from interpreting dreams to being a prime minister. So, well, okay, the fly. Okay, yes, that's the fly on the wall. It's telling people what we're doing. So the thing is, he transitioned from being a dream teller or somebody who told people meaning of dreams to being a prime minister. Now, the process would be the same with being a creative and becoming an administrative or executive. Because when you then become an executive, because you have a vision, you then begin to apply it. But you see, sometimes as a creative, like she mentioned, she then looks for people that do certain things. So if I say, I want this thing to look like this, I'll look for somebody that can help me make it look like that. If I say, I want my taxes to be sorted out, I won't be looking for somebody who does PR to help me sort it out. Because the person who does PR is as good as I am, but I want somebody who does taxes. So most times, it's important for you to know that when as a creative, what was it, Christopher Collady was in Cadbury and became an ambassador. He wasn't a diplomat or a career diplomat, but he became an ambassador. And as I hear, he was one of the best, from being a broadcaster to being the chairman of Cadbury to becoming a diplomat, the #1 diplomat in UK. So it is important for you to, because when you go through certain processing, learning to be, who was it, Ambassador Segun Oshoba. Segun Oshoba was a DJ. then became a journalist, and became a governor. But you see, in the process of all of that, he picked up some things along the line, and it affected how it shaped how he became a governor and every other thing that he did. Most times, the discipline that some people learn as a military man is what they then begin to apply when they become businessmen. Because, like she said, all of it is discipline. Discipline. And discipline is not the flogging. It is a culture that you then learn to improve yourself and become better.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we give him a round of applause for that? So I'm going to take the last round of questions on the 3 people or 4 people I counted. So please just direct your questions to the person on the panel you want to ask and make it very brief so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jacinta Oswiki. So, Sali Baba, you gave us dynamics for success. You mentioned family, environment, friends, and host of others. So what would you tell someone who has this drive for success, but has a limiting factor or factors, stays in an unfavorable environment, and is battling with low self-esteem?
Thank you.
Some of the things that... Okay.
Sorry, just a minute. So I want to harvest all questions so that we can just take this once and for all.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Special greetings and appreciation to our guests in the house. Sir, hello, sir. Sorry about that. Yes, personally, please, permission to really commend you. While sitting here, I saw a few things that personally I've learned, not from what you said, but from what you've been doing. Yes, they call you the Baba in the industry, but you've shown us here that being at the top is also about service. And I see some of the things you're trying to do to organize what is going on here. I really commend that, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, sir. Ma, I would boldly say you are a true definition of what it means to slay, not what this... yeah, and...
Auntie Nike has caught on. Oh, yes.
Okay, it means that you are beautiful, and it's not just being beautiful. Beauty and brains, ma. Oh, okay. You're welcome, ma. And to MI, seriously, from listening to what you've said so far, I can tell the reason why your lyrics are so different. Yeah, the work that you put into it. Well done. God bless you. Question goes thus. First one for Sir Ali Baba, please. In so many cases, like I am an actor, I'm also a financial consultant. In so many cases, especially in the entertainment space, you have a case of having to serve, or, you know, you're offering your services, and at some point, you know, you have to make sacrifices and all of that. At what point do you like realize it's time to step up and not just giving the sacrifices and all of that? Like people just telling you, thank you for what you have done, or paying you lesser than they are actually supposed to do to you. In other sense, I'm saying that how do we go about negotiation? At what point do you scale up? At what point do you think, okay, I still need to give the sacrifices and do all of that? And to MI, please, you said something about being intentional about making plans and being meticulous about making those plans. Please, that happened in the case of you. Probably you had not been in some situations before you started making those plans. What if you were in the situation, let's say, maybe in marriage, you're already in the marriage. What do you do to actually correct all of those? And please, lastly, I beg of you. Sorry, this is to Ali Baba once again. While you were speaking, just answering the questions, you made mention about something about retirement and Shell, right, sir? Please, this is an open appeal to you. I will try to follow up on this. I am a financial consultant also, and part of what we do is intimate people with the provision of the law concerning retirement. So, sir, this is an open appeal to you. If you can help out with that, I would personally want to meet some people through you that would enjoy the services that we render. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Williams. So first of all, before I get to my question, I really want to thank all of you for what you have done here today. So my question is directed to you, Ali Baba, because I think you are the most social one out of the three. So, well, basically, from your mind map, right, a lot of the things you mentioned are things that I've noticed myself and I've started to work on, but I've found that I've always had a problem with networking and connections. I think naturally I'm an introvert, so putting myself out there is a bit difficult. Though in the past year I've been trying to develop strategies like doing your research before you meet the people you want to talk to and stuff like that. But I just wanted to know, from your personal experience, how do you, if you want to network with, let's say you go to an event, you want to network with some people, how exactly do you go about doing it? Thank you.
And finally,
what's up, everybody? My question is for Mr. Incredible, M.I. Abaga himself. Please, before I say this question, I want to use this moment to, say a big thank you to Custodian for this privilege. What I want to say is that M.I. Abaga is someone I've admired for a very long time, ever since I was a kid, and he inspired me to make music. Please, can I have a round of applause for that, please? So, yes, sir, 2 years ago, you retweeted my freestyle video on Twitter. You took your time to reply my comment, and you gave me a follow. Thank you, sir. God bless you so much. Yes, sir, my question now is that you are the greatest rapper in Africa. Everybody knows that. There's no doubt. Am I correct, guys? Hip-hop fans in the house. Am I correct? So, yes, sir, my question is, you are the greatest rapper, and I'm an upcoming artist. I'm basically based on rap music. You retweeted my freestyle videos 2 years ago. What advice can you give me as an upcoming rapper? What are the strategies? What do I need to know now to be successful, to be the next M.I. Abaga in the music industry? And it's not about that. I really want you to know something is that I believe in myself and I believe in my abilities 100%. I would be really, really, really grateful if you can just give me the privilege to be on your next upcoming album, The Wolf. To just prove to you what I'm capable of doing, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
yes. So now we're over to you, sir.
All right. So the other question the guy asks is, how do you prove your worth? How do you prove your worth? To prove your worth, first of all, is that your service must match what you are needed for. You must, the fact that you know how to sing doesn't help anybody until you provide a service. You must provide a service for anybody to pay you. And if you do the work pro bono, you must let the person know the value of the service that you have given to them. All the time that, exactly, all the time that I was doing those free shows because I wanted to promote myself, I'll go to events, after I had proven that I could do it and I could provide that service, when they then call and say, oh, we need so and so, I then give them my fees. What a lot of people do is that because they want to survive and stay in a business, they charge all kinds of crazy things. Oh, because you know this thing, you are supposed to do it for 2 million. But because you want to stay in the business, you do it for 500. What you have done is you've killed your business. Any day you mention 1 million to that person, it will look like you're a thief. And prices in Nigeria go around. You can do a wedding for somebody and the person says, oh, please, just do it. It's just me and my wife. The day his cousin is getting married, he will say, 500, look, wow. but don't tell him, talk to him first. All right? So the thing is, you must make sure that the service you offer is worth your value, and that the fee you are charging, it's important to the business that you are doing. Don't undercut yourself because you need a business. It will kill you. Now, the pro bono events can promote you. For instance, somebody calls me and says, I need you to do so. This is for Adenuga. Adenuga's birthday is coming, and we need you to come to Banana Island to do so. I said, tell him that I'll do it for free. Because Adenuga gives Dash more than fees. I don't know if you understand. So you understand who you are doing the work for. Not for event planner. Don't do it for the event planner. The event planner will take it that she's a great negotiator. Tell the event planner that they should tell Adenuga that you are doing it for free. And then you must mention that you did it for free, because sometimes the event planner will put it that you collected your money. So make sure if you are doing it, and then when you are giving discounts and all of that, make sure you are doing it because of what you will get in the end. So somebody says, Alibaba, can you do the dinner for retiring permanent secretaries? I say, yeah, sure. How much? I say 10 million. They say, oh, we can't pay 10 million. Let's pay 2 million. I said, no, let me get you somebody that will do it for that fee. I'll recommend somebody that will do it for that fee. The person I will recommend, watch me, the person I will recommend, somebody that charges 5. Then when you call the person says it's 5 million. You say, it's 2 million we want to pay. That's what we say. Who would take 2 million? I won't take 2 million. The person will say, let me recommend somebody that will take 2. I have, in a way, proven that I'm not in that class. We may be on the same flight, but... No, I'm waiting for his lines. We may be on the same flight, but we're not in the same class. All right, so then what's the other one? Networking and connections. Networking and connections. It's important for you to know who and who you need to get somewhere. It's not everybody. So how many of you here have call cards, complimentary cards? Now, what a lot of you do is that you make your complimentary card so busy. Your birth certificate is there, your NIN is there, your nearly everything is on that thing. So, yes, let me tell you what I did. I saw Will Smith's card in Houston. I went for OTC. And I saw him and I was like, oh, I'd like to have your card. He gave me the card. You know what was on it? His thumbprint. His own thumbprint was on the card. And behind it is agent's number. So I was like, that's all. If you try some Nigerian bands, they put there, they do this, they do that, they put all their calls, everything, numbers are there. What they do, their location, they print everything on that card. Some cards are busy that some people collect it and drop it at the event. Some people take your card because it's too busy. They leave it on the table or put it in their pockets, and washman is the one that will take care of it. But if you give them a card, which was what I told you when I did the billboard, all I had on it was just my phone number and being funny is serious business. That was all I wrote on it. So always try. And when you network, please, Antinike and MI are talking, and you want to network. They are talking, oh. You just come. Hey, MI, Anna, Auntie. But you see that they were in a conversation. The best thing to do when they're in conversation like that is just stand and be watching them. What? What? This is mansing humanity to flies, oh. Fly guy, come here. All right, so then when you are networking, always make sure that you remember the conversation you have with these people. So when you meet them the next time, if you stand there and they were having a conversation and I was talking, oh, my daughter is getting married. If you have chance and you can attend that thing,
ask, I would love to attend at your daughter's wedding. If they want to invite you, they will invite you. That's how you network. Photographs, very important. Take pictures with people. I took a picture with Nelson Mandela's wife at the airport. I greeted her. I said, Madam, can I have a picture? I took the picture. When I met her cousin, I met the cousin, and I said, Mutubo. I said, this is my picture. I took this picture with your auntie. And he was like, oh, right. Then sent it to the auntie. Guess what the auntie said? She said, his name is Ali Baba. She didn't, because I introduced myself to her, and I told her, my name is Ali Baba. I'm a comedian from Nigeria. I would like to take a picture. She said, oh, really nice. Remember names. Remember conversations. All right? Always give gifts. Always celebrate people. Somebody called me one time and said, I saw a post you did about somebody. That's networking. I was celebrating somebody that did something for me many years ago. And the person said, that's networking. There's something else that I wrote here. Birthdays, photographs, compliments. Some of you don't know how to pay compliments. When I saw a big man one time with his, he had this, you know those old brown bags that lawyers used to have back in the days, leather, it's all leather. If you see the pomo, you know that this pomo, and it wasn't a new bag, it was an old bag. I saw the bag, I said, sir, how old is this bag? The man went into conversation whether I made a mistake of even asking for the bag. So the man said, you see, this bag, I bought it in 1965. I was coming from London and I saw it in Germany and I said, no, I must buy this bag. I bought the bag. And for a while, I didn't see the bag until I now saw that they had put files and kept it in one place. They cleaned it up and everybody has been complimenting it. For you to see it, you have class. Backcard me. He gave me his card. And I gave him my card. He said, are you Ali Baba, the comedian? I said, yes. He put this, save my number. That's how networking starts. You must, and do you know how important it is? Build a reputation that you can live on. Do you know what a donkey was in the days of Jesus? A donkey. It's like a Rolls Royce now. But you will send a message to somebody, say, go there, tell them to give you a donkey. I want to ride. And the person knows that you are going to die. Because it was riding to go and die. And you are borrowing, you are taking donkey. You must have a reputation that people depend, in fact, people recommend you. So finally, and then I can stop, is pay for services. So this one happened at Southern Sun. I went there for breakfast with my wife and this. So I saw Wale Tinubu and some 3 other friends. They were all sitting down and having. So I told the guy, I said, the bill for those people, bring it for me. He said, is Wale? I said, it doesn't matter. So, I know he can afford it, but when you finish, bring the bill, put it on our own business. So we finished, and then I didn't even talk to him. I just left. So when he wanted to pay, they told him, he said, Ali Baba had paid the bill. So somebody called me and said, hold on for Oga. So he said, Ali, but you and I, we talked that dinner. You didn't tell me you were going to do something. I said, don't worry. 2 days later, my Auntie Glo calls me and says, Oando says they want you to come and do something in 4 days, something that they're doing in Malabo. I said, I paid it forward. You know. But you see, so you either pay compliments or pay for services or do something. You can walk into a shop and you see somebody that you've been trying to meet is trying to buy some things. You just tell them, sir, can I take care of this, sir? It's not that the man can't do it for himself, but the fact that you're offering, you say, it will really mean a lot to me. Let me take care of this. That's networking. It is not, some of you want to network, you'll be flashing. And you must learn how to network. I don't know whether it happens to MI. Do you know some people call you at 1 a.m. because they have your number? One called me one time. Hello? I say, hello. Is this Ali Baba? I say, yeah. Oh, nice.
Oga Ali.
You can't get me again.
Oga, I say one called me 3 a.m. He said, now is not a good time, so I'll call you later in the morning. so we can talk better. Call me at 3. Said, is this MI? I say yes. He said, okay, it's not a good time now, but I'll call you like 10 a.m. so we can talk better. The way I blocked that number,
Thank you very much, sir. Can we give another warm applause to Ali Baba for that? So we'll just take the final responses from you, MI, before we then
I
call
think
it a wrap.
I'll allow Auntie
Before you take
go
yours.
last.
No, let him answer his question, then you will just take the final comments.
Okay, so your question was, it seemed to me to be about what if the situations don't fit the vision, correct? What was the question then? Yeah, so
please take it again.
Yeah, if you're already in a bad, let's say you're already in, it's easy when you're flat to have a plan. But what if you're already in a bad position? That's the question, right? And you know, when the lady in yellow asked the question, she ended up and saying if the person is going through depression or something. And my heart just went out to you. You know, I don't know if you were speaking about yourself, but anybody here that's going through a tough time, Nigeria is in a very tough period. So if you're going through tough time, you know, what I would say is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's a book I read called The Laws of Human Nature. That's it's a very tough book to read. It's about 700 pages, and it's a very difficult book to read. But this I'll say about reading books. The most intelligent people that have ever lived put their thoughts down in books. And if you have an attitude that you don't like reading, you are cheating yourself. Because you can learn from Einstein directly in his words. You can learn from whatever business you want to go into. You can learn from the best mind ever because it's in a book. So this is the attitude we have about books. But what I'll say to you is that you heard Mrs. Ongulesi say that when her marriage was not going well. Did you hear her when she said it? It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are able to assess where you are and make a plan for where you want to be. You know, most times we decide to change when things have gone bad. And so sometimes being in the situation where you're in a bad place is actually a good thing. You know, the beginning of task started because I lost an opportunity to be in a role that I really enjoyed, and it was a birthplace for me. And so I would say that a lot of times our feelings, our emotions tell us that there's no way out of this, you know. But the truth about it is that you can always write a new story. You know what I mean? No matter what situation you're in. And that's what that book taught me. So I'll recommend that book for you, The Laws of Human Nature. It told stories of people who were in positions that you could not believe. Paraplegic, in war zones, people that were prisoners, and told about how they were able to turn their situation around. And it really, really changed my perspective. And then to the gentleman over here who said, so I'll start from the last part about being on my album. I just finished recording on Thursday. So I used to do something called illegal music where I would give opportunities to rappers. And so I came up with a framework in my mind. I'm going to ask you a question. How many songs have you recorded this year? You've not recorded any songs. So by the metric I came up with, remember I said failure is a good thing, but you failed. Let me tell you why. This is my 16th year in the game. I've won every award there is to win. I've sold more records rap-wise than any other rapper. I'm respected from the top of the continent to the end of the continent in my craft. And in 2024, I'm still working harder than you as a musician. And that is literally the decision I make when I meet a young person. I always ask them, how many songs have you recorded? Because if I'm working harder than you, game over. And I would like you to know that for the rest of your career, I want you to know that you rap, Abi? I'm going to work harder than you every year till the year I retire. The way for you to get what you asked for, which I understand that question you asked for. When you ask for a feature, you're saying, look, I have something and I would like for it to be seen. I want a platform. Platforms are really given to people that earn them. They are earned. And so, as I leave here, I'm going back home for something that's in my life plan. Tomorrow morning, I'm hopping on a plane to go to do something on my life plan. Monday morning, 7 o'clock, I'm going to be up. Tuesday morning, 6 a.m., to Wednesday morning, up. And anytime I meet a young person and they ask me for an opportunity, I always turn to them and say, do you deserve this opportunity? Because I know what I had to do to create the platform. You know, I know what I had to do, and I want people that get the platform. So I didn't say to call you out. I'm just reminding you that if you want to do music and you want to do creative arts, you are in the water with sharks who are going to eat your lunch for dinner, and nobody's going to give you a favor because, you know, and I think that goes for all of us. Like, even with the thing I'm doing now, I'll tell you, last year I was raising money. It went a lot better, you know. This year I was raising money. I'm trying to raise some more money to take my platform to the next level. And I spoke to someone on the phone 2 months ago. So I'm speaking to an investor. The investor says, let me put my tech person on the phone. So when the tech person came on the phone, because there's a part of our business that we want to do AI. So I'm raising money now to hire a CTO who can help me focus on the AI problem. You understand what I'm saying, right? So I'm trying to hire the person. So I spoke to the investor. The investor said, let me put my tech person on the phone. When the tech person came on the phone, she said, I see AI, so I want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. So I said, hold on, let me call my own tech person on the phone. I don't know what. So I hit him up. Matthew, are you free? He said, yes. He came on the phone. When we started talking to this lady, we discovered that she had finished the algorithm for where we are trying to go. She was finished. She had finished it. So when we got off the call, we both looked at each other. We said, we're in the water with sharks. This thing we want to do is not a game. We have to be completely focused. Because we're trying to overtake people that are already ahead of us. And so that's the thing I'll say. Whether it's music, whatever you're doing, it's like, it's not a game. For you to get the platforms, to get those opportunities, you're fighting. The same way that I, without having any experience in this place, I'm fighting for an opportunity to be, we have a creative tech platform that's going to help creatives. It's not going to be given to me because I'm MI. It's going to be given to me because my platform works. And that's going to be given to me if I do the work. If I work harder than every other tech. That lady that was on the phone with me, I have to work harder than her. You know? So, that's the end of my answer. Thank you for the question, and thank you for allowing me use you as the answer. Maybe I'll give you my email, and someone, maybe an A&R on my team. You know, especially now, I don't really work with music directly. So the opportunities I have are very, very, very tight. The last person I signed in my life was Black Bones. You guys know Black Bones, right? And when I met Black Bones, I asked him this question. I said, how many songs have you recorded this year? He looked at me, he said, what do you mean? I said, how many songs have you recorded? So, how many songs have you recorded, all in all? 15. So the cutoff mark for me to sign an artist is 100 songs. Yeah, because 100 songs doesn't mean you've put them out. But it means that for at least 3 years, you've been in the studio trying and failing, trying and failing, trying and failing, trying and failing. Because it doesn't matter how talented you think you are. You're probably sharing your music with people that are not musicians. So it sounds great to them. But you're going to enter a world where there are thousands of artists and like 500 of them are spectacular. Right? And so when I asked Black Bones this question, he looked at me and said, what do you mean? I said, yeah. He said, this year? I said, yes, this year. He said, I've recorded 300 songs. So I said, can you show me? He opened his laptop and he showed me the songs. You guys remember when trap music was very... Does Black Bones make trap music? Who is a fan of Black Bones here? You guys know Black Bones, Abi? Does Black Bones today, does he make trap music? So he made 300 trap songs that nobody has ever heard. But he was prepared. And now he's changed his family's life, he's changed his career, he's changed everything. That's what it takes. You have to be harder working, you have to want it more than anybody else. Because even people that get the platform lose the opportunity because they're not prepared. You know, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. I think that the last thing that MI said does not just apply to him, but it applies to other sectors also, and it applies to almost every one of us in this room. So it's good to take that as a key takeaway. And then finally, to summarize this panel session, over to you, ma'am, for the final words for the panel. I think it was the lady at the back, but I think you've spoken to it.
No, it was to you.
It was to you, but I think you've spoken to it.
Yeah.
It had something.
Was it
when
to
you are
me?
when you are not in a favorable environment, exactly.
Well, if you are not in a favorable environment, change your environment. What I want you to go away from here is believing that there's nothing you cannot do, there's nothing you cannot have, and there's nothing you cannot be. Really. You know, and I said it in part of my presentation. There is a place where you believe life happens for you. There's a place where you believe that life happens to you. And the to you is a victim mentality. The for you is an abundant mentality. You cannot be abundant if you don't have abundant thoughts. You cannot be a billionaire if you don't have billionaire thoughts. You have to break through, literally. Have you ever seen them demolishing a wall? You need to break through yourself and overcome yourself. And that's why I said the most difficult person to lead is you. Because you have been socialized from when you were born. The church has socialized you into a particular way of thinking. Your parents have socialized you. Your education has socialized you. Media has socialized you. The music world has socialized you. You are constantly being socialized and you don't even know that's what's happening. And when I say socialized, you are being pulled to think in a particular way, to behave in a particular way. And so you need to do what Steve Jobs says, think differently, literally. And when you begin to think differently, people are going to look at you. Who does she think she is? What's wrong with her? No, there's nothing wrong with you. And who do you think I am? Oh, you don't want to know. Because when I answer you, you are going to go and re-examine yourself. You need to know what you embody. You know, he kept on saying, your time is limited. I say, you are a spirit being with a human experience that is limited. It's within a time. There's only this much time. I don't get out of my bed the way I used to get out of my bed 20 years ago. But I am committed to goals, my spirituality, my health, my fitness. My health, I do yoga 3 days a week. I get on the treadmill, I walk. I watch what I eat. Slay Queen, don't come easy. There's a price. There's a price. It's very easy to be tummy front, tummy back. I be bum back. And everything is just blur. No. You live your life with intentionality. And you define for yourself in these areas, your spirituality, your health and your fitness, your wealth creation, your lifestyle. I don't apologize for my lifestyle. I don't. I'm very intentional. You can't sit at a table in my house and my plates don't match. And my crockery doesn't match. I am the queen of the castle. My husband is the king of the castle. Everything as it should be. And my learning and development, I don't play with. You saw my pictures with the books behind me. If I don't feel like reading, I fall asleep listening to a book. I wake up, I start again. What did I learn from this? How do I apply it? Because knowledge for the sake of knowledge, to sound intelligent, is useless. It's the application of the lessons from whatever you have learned that shows through in your life. The way you live, the way you behave, the things you say, the people you know, the people you meet, and how you are flexible. If I'm in the market, I'm a totally different woman. If I'm in a boardroom, I'm a totally different woman. If I'm at home, I'm a totally different woman. because I am mother, I'm in a boardroom, I'm a business. I don't call myself a fashion designer. I've never called myself a fashion designer. I'm a fashion entrepreneur. So I know it's a money game. I'm not playing. And that is where a lot of creatives fall apart. They're creative, sha. They give everything away, sha. No. There's something that's called proof of concept. And that's what he was doing when he was giving his services away for free. He wasn't giving it away for free. He was showing them just how good he was. And that's why he can be paid what he's being paid today. So, if you take anything away from here, please sit down with that piece of paper that Ali Baba gave you and design the life you want. He's also said he designed his life. I designed my life. I designed everything that is presently in my life the way I want it to be. To the last thing. It's not a mistake. There's no accident. I am a super intentional woman. I don't mess about. I know what I want. And I know the kind of life that I want. And the thing is, you also can be like that. But you need to go through a rebirth and die to your old self. Because you want to be a new person. That old person has to die. And it means the friends that you had at that time are going to die along with it. Because once you begin to do things differently, they're going to start talking about rubbish. And then you have to examine. Do not be afraid to drop anybody. Drop them like you picked up a hot potato. Drop. You hang out with people who empower you, support you, grow you, challenge you. You may not always like it, because sometimes the truth, when people throw the truth at you, your ego can get in the way. And that's why I say, put your ego aside. What's the vision? What's the dream? Who do I need to become? I'm ready to be that person. I'm going to do the work. He keeps on talking about doing the work. It's pure grit. Don't let anybody fool you. It's hard work. You want to pay 300 people at the end of the month? You know what that means? I can't take the checkbook and go and shop. The first person that has to be disciplined in that business and has to have financial discipline in that business is me. So, okay, I'm supposed to be, sorry,
yes,
this was like starting all over again. Sorry, guys.
So you can just make the final notes, as we call it.
I think I have done.
Yes, you have.
And
I believe so.
Please, go away from here believing that anything is possible for you. Please.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panel. Please just wait around for a photograph. Where are the photographers? Please, we just want you to. Yes. All right, so we're going to take a group photographs of you together here, and then we'll take the other one. Where's the photographers, please? Please arrange them so that they can. All right, thank you very much. Another warm applause for all of our speakers today. You'll agree with me that they have been phenomenal. Please let's appreciate them as a step up the stage. I believe that your notepads are full, and I believe that you've had so much to take away from this session. It's okay to have that. And I know that if you are feeling cold, what you have had is supposed to warm you up. If you are not warm by now, we need to examine the kind of cold that is on you. All right, to bring today's session to a close once again, please join me with a warm applause to welcome the CEO of Custodian Social Responsibility Foundation, Mrs. Olubunmi Aderemi.
I want to start by thanking God Almighty for making this a successful occasion. In fact, it's been wonderful. Please, let's give applause to our Almighty God. I'm sure that if we had a choice, or if we had the opportunity, we would have wanted this to go on and on and on. But of course, it's got to, come to an end. I want to start by appreciating the guest speakers, Mr. Ali Baba, Mr. Akpobome. Thank you for the nuggets that you gave to us. I want to thank Mrs. Nike Ogunlesi. She was down to us, and even before she brought out her charts, yes, I had written somewhere that she spoke about making the impossible possible. Positive, everything, emphasizing the fact that it's all about your mindset. It's all about your thinking. There's nothing you cannot do. And there's nothing that helps as much as when somebody speaks from what she has even practiced. We really appreciate you. We want to thank MI, even for everything. I think you talked about dream. You talked about the beginning, that there should be no vagueness. One has to be specific. And then you talked about the middle. And then the end. I like that end. In fact, for the three speakers, what I found common in the three stories, the fact that you start small. The youths of these days are impatient. You take life a step at a time. It is gradual. Nobody just gets there. You are dreaming you want to be a billionaire, and then you're a billionaire. Overnight, it doesn't happen. You've heard the stories from the different speakers today. So all of them, they have this common thread that they started small and then they grew gradually. Even Mr. Wole Oshi, my GMD, I know that Custodian started from a boys' quarters, and today we're in the 12-story building, apart from all the several other buildings that we have. So that is one. The second thing that I've taken away from all the speakers is the spirituality. Did you notice, Mr. Akpobome, Mr. Ali Baba, let me... Mr. Ali Baba, several times he talked about Joseph, he talked about David's experience and all of that. Mrs. Ogunlesi made it clear that everything she does is about spirituality. And of course, MI, you spoke about the end, that we should think about what is going to happen after. My prayer today is that we will not forget what we have heard in the name of Jesus. I feel sorry for those ones who missed this conference. I really feel sorry for them. And I want to congratulate the outgoing cohort of mentees, because you had to. You attended one last year, and then you got another one. Pro bono. And for the new mentees, you now know what is expected of you. You know what is going to happen. You are lucky now that we are running a custodian mentoring program for the year, so it won't finish, it won't end today. I'm appealing to our mentors, the speakers, please. We are going to have virtual sessions that whenever we call on you, you'll be ready to give us just an hour or two, during the year, between now and next year, August. Mr. Ali Baba, I hope you heard that. I want to thank everybody, the executive members of Custodian. I want to thank you, all members of Custodian. I thank you, Custodian mentors. I thank you, custodian mentees. I thank you, outgoing mentees. God bless you all. Thank you all for your patience. And our prayer is that you will all get to your various stations in peace and safety. In Jesus' name. Thank you very much. I think lunch is served.
Thank you very much, Ma. A bigger applause for that. And on that note, we'll call today's program to a close. Don't forget to follow us on social media. For all of those who are online, thank you for joining, for staying till this moment. For those of us in the room, thank you for this wonderful time that you have spent with us. We do not take it for granted. Once again, I've been your host for this meeting. My name is Olufemi Olulano. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Now, very quickly, we have lunch prepared for you, just the same corner where you had your tea earlier. I want us to just be orderly about like to be a part of the mentoring program, the ones that you've seen some mentees graduate from today, please just scan the QR code on your screen to be a part of the group, and further information will be communicated to you. Having said that, thank you everyone for your time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the will to apply everything that you have learned today. Have a wonderful day.